Muito obrigada. E temos o segundo ponto, que é a apreciação e adoção da agenda. Distintos deputados, estou em crer que a proposta de agenda de trabalho da reunião foi distribuída a todos os membros. Haverá alguma proposta de alteração da agenda de trabalho? Haverá alguma proposta de alteração? Podemos avançar? Então, vamos ouvir.
Chairperson, we need someone to move for the adoption of the agenda, and after that, someone must second.
I propose the adoption of the agenda.
Sim. Queria pedir Sim, quero pedir para propor a adoção da agenda. Colega para propor a adoção da agenda.
I move for the adoption of the agenda, Madam Chair.
That is Zimbabwe, Honorable Chair.
E quem segunda? E quem segunda a agenda? Quem apoia a agenda?
Angola would like to second the adoption of the agenda.
Angola and Zambia.
Muito bem, Angola segunda a adoção da agenda. A nossa agenda está devidamente adotada. Neste momento, vou preferir a intervenção de boas-vindas a todos, caros colegas. Muito obrigada. Ilustres deputados da Comissão Permanente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC para a Democracia, Governação e Direitos Humanos. Esma Secretária-Geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Senhora Buemas Goma. Senhor Cheunene Curacha, Secretário da Comissão, Diretor da Democracia e Governação e ponto focal para os assuntos parlamentares e demais funcionários do Secretariado do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. Meritíssimo juiz Wankil Kei Dinkanke, antigo magistrado do Tribunal Superior e do Tribunal do Trabalho do Botsuana, do Tribunal Especial da Serra Leoa e do Tribunal Supremo Nacional da Papua Nova Guiné. Senhor Tito Shebendi, dirigente regional da Oxfam Internacional da África Austral, Recursos Naturais. Senhor De Proseni Muchena, diretor regional da Amnesty Internacional na África Oriental e Austral. Senhor Iapiana Mussopol, oficial de aplicação da lei no combate à corrupção do órgão de corrupção nas áreas de políticas, defesa e segurança do Secretariado da SADC. Senhor Timone Cancolo, diretor executivo da Direção da Corrupção e dos Crimes Econômicos do Botsuana. Senhor Comissário Johnny Makamuri, da Comissão do Zimbábue do Combate à Corrupção. A senhora Musetsu Murapedi, diretora executiva do Centro para a Integridade Pública do Botsuana. Senhor Gled Fared, diretor executivo da SADC. Senhor Marken, chefe de redação do Maverick Citizen, uma secção do jornal diário del Maverick. Senhor Stanel Nhamaindi, PCA da Associação dos Advogados da SADC, os nossos parceiros GISE e Agência Austríaca para Desenvolvimento, ADA, representados pelo Dr. Adan Gebermerkel, representantes das organizações da sociedade civil, representantes dos mídias, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. É uma honra dar-vos as boas-vindas a esta sessão de trabalho da Comissão Permanente que antecede a 48ª sessão da Assembleia Plenária, uma vez que esta será a primeira reunião que vamos realizar após a eleição do ilustre deputado Dared Bernardman e de mim própria para os cargos de vice-presidente e de presidente, respectivamente, desta Comissão Permanente. Creio apropriado exprimir, em nome de ambos, os nossos agradecimentos pela confiança que os ilustres deputados depositaram em nós. Esforçarmos-nos para proporcionar em frente o mandato da Comissão Permanente durante os 2 próximos anos. Ilustres deputados e parceiros, estamos reunidos para coletivamente analisarmos a questão da corrupção. A corrupção é deveras uma das maiores ameaças à democracia, mas mina também a confiança nas instituições do Estado e viola a justiça social. Esta reunião deverá ser interpretada no contexto de uma das funções da Comissão Permanente ao abrigo da cláusula 42D do número 4 do Regimento Interno do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, que tem como objetivo, primeiro, promover os princípios dos direitos humanos, a governação transparente e responsável, a paz e a segurança através da responsabilidade coletiva na região da SADC. Segundo, alinhar, harmonizar e criar ligações operacionais e institucionais entre as comissões permanentes e os programas do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e os órgãos e setores da SADC para a promoção da integridade regional. Ilustres deputados e parceiros, há provas produzidas por investigação empreendida que demonstra um surto de corrupção, tanto no setor público como no privado, na região da SADC. Por exemplo, o índice de percepção sobre a corrupção, CIP, da Transparência Internacional, que classifica e ordena os países a nível global numa escala classificativa de 0 a 100, sendo o 0 altamente corrupto e 100 sendo altamente limpo, honesto. Sugere que a corrupção está a tornar-se num fenômeno cada vez mais generalizado e abrangente na nossa região. O índice da percepção sobre a corrupção CIP de 2019 foi exemplo, indica que somente 4 países da nossa região se encontram entre os 20 em África que integram o segmento superior da pauta classificativa. Esses países são as Seychelles, com 66, o Botsuana, 61, as Maurícias, 52, e a Namíbia, 52. Os nossos restantes Estados-membros pontuaram abaixo de 50. Isto é uma indicação da enorme dimensão do trabalho que temos pela frente para estancar a corrupção e reforçar a responsabilização. O tema da reunião, nomeadamente, ampliar a função do Parlamento para reduzir a corrupção e reforçar a responsabilização através da edificação da colaboração institucional com agentes estatais e não estatais de combate à corrupção a nível nacional e regional, vem, portanto, em boa hora, pois proporciona aos deputados e às partes interessadas a oportunidade de interagir e produzir soluções coletivas para o problema da corrupção. Ilustres deputados e parceiros, é um dado adquirido que são os cidadãos que mais sofrem os efeitos negativos da corrupção na forma dos seus custos e dos danos socioeconômicos que causa. Os cidadãos dependem de nós, contam conosco enquanto seus representantes eleitos para agirmos em seu nome. Porém, nas instâncias em que as instituições democráticas, tais como o Parlamento, não dão resposta às exigências dos cidadãos para que haja uma governação responsável, há uma tendência para que a corrupção germine, destruindo assim as esperanças dos cidadãos. Ilustres deputados, não devemos trair tal expectativa legítima das pessoas que representamos. Enquanto parlamentos, devemos agir decisivamente para reduzir a corrupção e reforçar a responsabilização através da criação do quadro jurídico relevante e da fiscalização do ramo executivo dos nossos governos. Ilustres deputados e parceiros, a integração regional tem o potencial de transformar as economias dos países da SADC, mas isto só será possível se combatermos a corrupção. De facto, a corrupção continua a ser um dos maiores obstáculos ao desenvolvimento socioeconômico da região, pois priva os cidadãos dos serviços públicos essenciais. É também uma ameaça para o progresso da região rumo à sua visão a longo prazo, visão SADC 2050, a qual assenta numa robusta fundação de paz, segurança e governação democrática. Enquanto Comissão Permanente, louvamos a SADC pela elaboração do protocolo da SADC sobre o combate à corrupção, o qual foi adotado em agosto de 2001 no Malawi, para apoiar os Estados-membros a prevenir, detectar, punir e erradicar a corrupção e a cooperar em matéria a ela associada. O compromisso dos nossos Estados-membros no fato de que são Estados partes da Convenção da União Africana para a Prevenção e o Combate à Corrupção e da Convenção das Nações Unidas para o Combate à Corrupção. Temos vindo a realizar progressos consistentes enquanto região e Estados-membros, individualmente, empreendendo várias iniciativas de combate à corrupção na forma de leis, políticas, instituições, desde a adoção do protocolo da SADC sobre o combate à corrupção em 2001. Muitos dos nossos Estados-membros criaram agências estatais cujo mandato é combater a corrupção, entre outras intervenções. Porém, não obstante tais esforços, o nível de corrupção na região mantém-se elevado e a boa governação mantém-se elevado e a corrupção continua a ser um dos mais ameaçadores desafios à boa governação, ao crescimento econômico sustentável, à paz, à estabilidade e ao desenvolvimento. Torna-se, então, necessário uma abordagem colaborativa por parte dos agentes de combate à corrupção, estatais e não estatais, a nível nacional e regional. Ao moldar e plantar esta abordagem colaborativa para combater a corrupção e reforçar a responsabilização, é crítico que o Parlamento se situe no centro, uma vez que age como a instituição central da expressão primária do povo e que mantém o governo responsabilizável perante os cidadãos. Tradicionalmente, a maioria dos esforços para reduzir a corrupção tendem a concentrar-se no executivo e na magistratura, enquanto ramos do governo. Eu creio firmemente que o mesmo foco deveria ser extensível e incidir sobre cada uma das responsabilidades centrais do Parlamento, no que respeita à governação, nomeadamente legislar, fiscalizar e representar. É este o contexto no qual o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC está a priorizar a edificação da colaboração institucional entre os parlamentos e os agentes de combate à corrupção, estatais e não estatais, a nível nacional e regional, para reduzir a corrupção e reforçar a responsabilização. Através desta colaboração, deveria conjuntamente dar resposta às questões tradicionais e emergentes que alimentam a corrupção, incluindo o financiamento de partidos políticos, fluxos ilícitos de capital, a governação do capital, a governação dos recursos naturais e a ética parlamentar, como parte dos nossos esforços conjuntos para reduzir a corrupção e reforçar a responsabilização. Ilustres deputados e parceiros, permitam-me louvar o secretário, a estima senhora Buemos Goma, por ter apoiado esta reunião, cujos objetivos são: primeiro, estabelecer uma plataforma regional sistemática e formalizada para ampliar a função do Parlamento para reduzir a corrupção, reforçar a responsabilização através da edificação da colaboração institucional com os agentes regionais de luta contra a corrupção. Segundo, promover a sensibilização sobre o protocolo da SADC de combate à corrupção e encorajar a sua ratificação, adaptação aos contextos nacionais de implementação nos Estados-membros. Terceiro, elaborar política regional que informe os decisores políticos nacionais e regionais e as partes interessadas da região da SADC sobre estratégias que previnam, detetem, punam e erradiquem a corrupção nos setores públicos e privados, incluindo a adaptação dos contextos nacionais e a implementação acelerada do protocolo da SADC de combate à corrupção. E quarto, desenvolver ferramentas de conhecimentos para os parlamentares e para os agentes de combate à corrupção, estatais e não estatais, nacionais e regionais, para combater a corrupção e reforçar a responsabilização na região da SADC. Ilustres deputados e parceiros, em nome da comissão e pessoalmente, desejo expressar a minha sincera gratidão aos vários especialistas que irão fazer a comunicação sobre os vários aspectos relativamente sobre como poderemos coletivamente a responsabilização. As suas contribuições de informação e, indubitavelmente, irão alargar a nossa compreensão e ajudar-nos a tornar mais robusta a nossa colaboração. Ilustres deputados e distintos delegados, permitam-me, para concluir, gostaria de agradecer também aos nossos parceiros que continuam a colaborar com a comissão a apoiar o seu programa de trabalho. Neste contexto, desejo agradecer sinceramente a GIS e a Agência Austríaca para o Desenvolvimento pelo apoio financeiro prestado para a realização desta reunião. Ilustres deputados e parceiros, permitam-me terminar desejando-vos um trabalho frutífero. Dito isto, tenho a honra e o privilégio singular de declarar esta reunião da Comissão Permanente oficialmente aberta. Muito obrigada.
Honorable Chair, thank you. There is an honorable member who is raising a hand, Honorable Kasanda from Zambia.
Colega da Zâmbia, pode tomar a palavra.
Have I been permitted, Chair? Thank you, Chair. I'm raising my hand. I'm raising my hand, Chair, to raise a point of order, or so that we could, as a committee, we could congratulate the new president for Seychelles. I don't know if I may be permitted to do that.
The chair has granted floor, Honorable Kasanda.
Okay, thank you so much. And for those of us who worked with Honorable President Wavo Ramo Kalawan, I'm sure we agree that we have no doubt that the people of Seychelles have made the right choice. We are happy and proud as Sadiq PF for having produced a head of state, and we're extremely proud of having shared the committee with him. And indeed, he was a very vibrant person, kind person. He always lent an ear to everybody, and he is a gentleman, and that he was very inclusive. Madam Chair, oh, it's Mr. Chair, is it?
Madam Chair.
Oh, it's Madam Chair. And his intellect indeed was very admirable in the committee. We learned a great deal from him, and we have no doubt as a committee that Seychelles will find a great leader in the new president of Seychelles. And we were very privileged as a committee to have been with him in our committee. We wish him God's blessings and guidance as he takes up his new role. And I would like to congratulate him once again. We wish you all the best, President Wavo Ramakalawan. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I submit, Chair.
Honorable members and participants, we are experiencing a bit of a challenge with the chairperson's internet. They are resolving the matter. In the meantime, we will request the vice chairperson to proceed with the presiding over the meeting. And I see a couple of hands from honorable members who are raising their hands pursuant to a point of order raised by Honorable Cassandra from Zambia. So Honorable Bergman, kindly take over and proceed to recognize members that have raised their hands. Thank you very much.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm happy to do so. Please excuse that I will not be using the video because of the bandwidth. I hope that's in order.
Sure.
The first hand I see is that from Zimbabwe is Honorable Ndiweni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm responding to the chairperson's remarks. I wanted to first of all congratulate the chair and the vice chair, since this is our first meeting after the election of our new chair and the vice chair. And I want to wish them a very fruitful 2 years to follow. And then at the same juncture, I would also want to congratulate our ex-member for the committee, the new president of Seychelles. I also, as a Zimbabwean delegate, would like to wish him well in his presidency. I thank you, Honorable Chair. I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndiweni. I've then got our outgoing boss from Angola, if you'd like to take the floor. Angola, Honorable Diakita.
Yes, Deputy Chair, and tenho que falar em português muito. Bom dia, honorável vice-presidente e a presidir agora a nossa reunião temporariamente. Eu não podia deixar de tomar a palavra neste momento em que, na sequência do ponto de ordem, muito bem levantado pela nossa colega deputada da Zâmbia, honorável Cassandra, relativamente, portanto, ao saudarmos a eleição a eleição do presidente Wavo Ramakalawan para presidente da Seychelles, portanto, na sequência de uma longa luta pela democracia, de uma longa luta na oposição ao cabo de 23 anos ele conseguiu aquilo que está considerado ser uma eleição histórica. Portanto, quero associar-me como representante de Angola e como colega com quem tive a honra e o privilégio de trabalhar enquanto vice-presidente, associar-me aos colegas que já o felicitaram, felicitando calorosamente por esta eleição. Nós estamos certos de que o povo da Seychelles fez uma grande escolha, fez a escolha certa e que sobre o seu mandato o país irá conhecer novos desenvolvimentos. Portanto, quero desejar-lhe os melhores votos, muita saúde e que o Senhor, que Deus o abençoe à frente dos destinos da Seychelles. Por outro lado, Presidente, não gostaria de deixar de felicitar a Presidente, é a primeira reunião que está a presidir, assim como o Vice-Presidente, e dizer que, de facto, estamos aqui para efetivamente darmos continuidade com todo o nosso apoio e colaboração a continuidade do trabalho da nossa comissão. E dizer, finalmente, que estamos particularmente também satisfeitos com o tema que foi eleito, portanto, para a agenda da nossa reunião, a consolidação do papel do Parlamento no combate à corrupção e reforço da responsabilização através da criação da colaboração internacional. Acho que a Presidente fez remarcas muito importantes no seu discurso, que seria bom nós podermos todos, portanto, a posteriori ser distribuído para um estudo aprofundado, mas estamos efetivamente de acordo de que precisamos coletivamente de abordar a questão da corrupção para bem dos nossos países, para bem do desenvolvimento e melhoramento da qualidade de vida dos nossos povos. Muito obrigada, Presidente. Eu não sei se me fiz ouvir. Okay.
Outgoing Basha, I actually did. Thank you very much, and thank you for your kind words. For my side, I want to thank everyone that did wish the chair and the incoming deputy chair. We thank you for those words. In terms of the point of order that was raised, we concur with that important point of order. I think it came at an important time. I think Africa is looking for a good news story, and I think we found a good news story. And I think this is a good example of the role model law, is when you can see a peaceful transition, when the opposition can when the opposition can take peaceful democratic power, and you see the outgoing president, he can put a Facebook post or a tweet where he can congratulate his opposition and predecessor and say that he wishes him a good term. And he actually states that he will give his support and that he states that there will be a peaceful transition. We are in a, Africa's going through under the cover of COVID-19, of course. We're going through a time where it's very interesting with places like Guinea, places like Ivory Coast. There's elections that are being held, and they all seem as if the role model law should have been introduced a long time ago, because I think this would have helped these elections. I've always been concerned about the declaring of elections by people earlier than by the actual Electoral Commission. And here we had Seychelles actually leading what should be an exemplary example. And I hope that the African Union itself and SADC will be proud to be using these elections as a proud example of how elections should be run. And as the outgoing deputy chair says, this is exactly the kind of example in this theme. This is exactly how it couldn't have been welcomed at a better time than the theme we do today with corruption, is that good governance. There's nothing beats good governance than a good election. So thank you very much for all your comments. I think that we can agree that we pass this resolution. Thank you very much. We'd then like to continue with the agenda. We move on to the agenda, the next agenda item. Mr. Karasha, you've got the agenda.
Yes, Chair. The next agenda item is consideration of the minutes of the previous meeting. While at it, Chair, I see that the chairperson is back.
Oh, great.
I wanted to find out if the chair is now able to communicate and would therefore request that the chairperson takes over, and thank most heartily the vice chair for stepping in to rescue the situation. Ronald, can we unmute the chair so that we confirm that it is ready and we can hear?
Muito obrigada.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, Chair, we can hear you.
Primeiro, peço imensas desculpas pelos constrangimentos, mas são daquelas coisas que não estão sobre a nossa responsabilidade. E também tenho a agradecer a observação que o nosso colega da Zâmbia fez, fundada pela presidente cessante. Indo no nosso ponto de agenda, agora temos a apreciação da adoção da ata da reunião virtual realizada nos dias 7 e 8 de julho de 2020. Distintos deputados, vamos agora apreciar a ata para confirmar se a mesma é um registro correto e fiel do que foi abordado na reunião. Iremos apreciar a ata ponto por ponto para acomodar quaisquer diferenças de paginação devido à tradução em outras línguas. Assim, solicito aos colegas, para fazer a apresentação. Quem é a presidente? Submeto agora ao debate.
Thank you very much, Chair. The directive of the Chair is that I present the minutes. Honorable members, we have circulated the minutes, and the proposal is that we look at the minutes section by section. If there are any proposals for amendments, these be made through the chair as we consider the minutes, which were circulated to all the members in all the languages. The first part of the minutes is the title. And honorable members, if there are any proposals for changes, these must be raised as we go. The second part is the members that were present. We also have a part where there were members that were absent with apologies. Then we had observers. We have a record of those who were in attendance. And on day one, we have the agenda. Item 1.0, credentials of the delegates and apologies. Item 2.0, adoption of the agenda. Item 3.0, welcome remarks by the chairperson, Honorable Wavo Ramkalawan. Item 4.0, consideration of the previous minutes. Item 5.0, matters arising. Item 6.0, presentation on the role of SADC and national parliaments in promoting electoral justice in the Southern African region by Dr. Victor Shale. Item 7.0, presentation on lessons and implications for the SADC election observation and domestication of the model law on elections from the Malawi Constitutional Court judgment on the 2019 presidential elections by Justice Oagileki Dingaki. 7.1, presentation. 7.2, deliberations and recommendations. Day 2, item 8.0, remarks by the chairperson. 9.0, the role of SADC and national parliaments in promoting transitional justice in Southern Africa. Item 9, apologies, Chair, it's going to be raining in Zondo. Item 9.1, a history of injustices in Southern Africa by Dr. Webster Tambara. Item 9.2, defining transitional justice by Ms. Anna Moyo. Item 9.3, recommendations on the role of SADC and the national parliaments in promoting transitional justice. Item 10.0, vote of thanks by the committee chairperson. Item 11.0, election of the chairperson and vice chairperson for 2020 to 2022. And lastly, Chair, item 12.0, closing remarks by the newly elected vice chairperson. These are the minutes. I present them to the committee and through you, Chair. The Honorable Chair may invite members to adopt the minutes.
Muito obrigado. Proponho agora a adoção da ata. Quem propõe a adoção?
Angola. Alô?
E muito obrigada, Angola. Propõe a adoção. E quem segunda? Membro para secundário, a ideia.
Zimbabwe.
Muito
Zimbabwe
obrigado.
seconds, Madam Chair.
Muito obrigado, Zimbabwe, por secundar. A nossa ata está devidamente adotada. Ilustres deputados e parceiros, algum assunto ainda para esclarecer? Podemos continuar? Alguma questão? O silêncio significa que todas as questões já foram esclarecidas. Podemos continuar com nossa agenda?
Yes, Chair. The next item on the agenda is the first session where we must receive a presentation on corruption trends, framework for curbing corruption and strengthening accountability. And we have two presenters, Chair. The first one is Mr. Titus Gwemendo from Oxfam International, presenting on corruption trends in the SADC region and Parliament's mandate in curbing corruption and strengthening accountability. Then we will have a second presentation on the regional framework on capping corruption and strengthening accountability, unpacking the SADC Protocol against corruption, to be presented by Mr. Ipiana Msopole, and the Anti-Corruption Enforcement Officer from the Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, Security Affairs from the SADC Secretariat. Through the chair, I could find out from first presenter, Mr. Gwemende, do you wish for us to project the presentation for you, or you will be able to do it from your end?
Yeah, if you can allow me to share my screen. If it doesn't work, you can always project from that side.
Okay. The other issue that I may wish through you to inform the honorable members is that all the presentations have been translated and are available in all the official languages. And these have been posted to the link for all the documents of the committee. But I'm also able to share on the group WhatsApp for the honorable members to have copies. Having said that, you have the right to share your screen, Mr. Gwemende, and you may proceed to do so.
Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Right. Can I start?
The chair has allowed you to start.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, honorable members, for the opportunity to speak this morning. I also want to congratulate the new leadership and President Wavo Ramlakan for the amazing victory in Seychelles. I have a presentation, you already have it, so not to worry if you miss some of the slides, but you will have all of them with you. It's fairly long because we're talking about a complex subject of corruption. And I wanted it to be as extensive as possible so that all do have them. Yeah, so that's the structure of my presentation. I will just, in seconds talk about my organization. Just a little bit on understanding the phenomenon of corruption that I'll be addressing, then speak to the nature and trends of corruption in our region, and end on what that means for members who are with us on this webinar. The role of the legislature in this entire process. Now, a little bit on us. So I work for Oxfam International.
Mr. Gwemende, yes. Just a moment. There are some members who are indicating that they are not picking the audio. Mr. Ronald, can you assist?
I am on max volume right now. Can you hear me?
It may not be your problem from your end, Mr. Gwemende. We just want to make sure that all the members can hear. Honorable Nduweni, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Korasha, but I can't hear Mr. Gwemende, unfortunately.
Oh, Mr. Ronald, are you able to assist in any way?
Gwemende, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. How are you?
Can you kindly choose English under the interpretation facility? Just unshare first. Unshare your slide so you get your screen back. So at the bottom of the screen, next to the share screen, there's something that says interpretation. Click on it and choose English.
Yeah. Does it make it better?
If you just clicked on that now.
Yeah, it's English.
Thank you. Now we can hear him.
Thank you very much, Ronald.
Okay. So I can continue.
You can share back your screen and proceed.
Okay. I don't know why I can't. It's not moving now. Are you the one sharing on my behalf or what?
I'm not sharing from this end.
No, it has stopped moving.
Can you stop sharing and close your PowerPoint and open it again and share again?
Right. Right. No, so we are back. Can I continue now?
By all means.
All right, perfect. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I was just talking about briefly an introduction of my organization. So I work for Oxfam International. I manage the work that we do in the SADC region, so a whole range of countries. But as an organization, we work in 67 countries of the world, mostly in resource-rich countries. We work on those 5 thematic areas: conflicts and disasters, inequality, food, climate, natural resources, gender justice, women's rights, water, and sanitation. So I work on that 3rd pillar. So my work primarily is on natural resources, especially petroleum and metals, and increasingly on the blue economy and climate change. So I've worked primarily with your FUNRA committee. So it is quite an honor to also shift to the democracy and governance, because a lot of the issues are similar, except your work is much more broader. So yeah, my talk is on corruption, and I want to start not so much with graphs that talks about which one is the most corrupt country or not. I've decided to shift to that. I mean, I've been giving those ones for many years, and I've lost interest. I want to get quite deeper on the phenomenon of corruption and explain that corruption, like drugs, there are different types of corruption, and they harm in different ways. We won't be honest if we say corruption is harmful in the same way. It's all bad, but the way it impacts countries depends on the type of corruption that is prevalent in your context. And if we miss that point, sometimes we may be lost in the stats around who is more corrupt than the other. The crucial issue is what kinds of corruption are in your domain, and how can you address them, and how can they be detrimental to your economy and what you're trying to do. So what you have here is 4 dimensions of corruption that I want to explain, and they are like drugs. And to talk about drugs, it makes it easy to explain. Access money, for example, is like steroids. Steroids. Some of you who have been to weightlifting and gym, steroids. If you use steroids, they're performance-enhancing drugs. So you may actually have a lot of muscles when you use steroids. The problem with steroids is they're harmful in the long term. So one of these days you have a heart attack. But before that, when you use them, it will look like you're fine, because you develop muscles, and your friends may admire you and things like that. But ultimately, steroids are disastrous. Same thing with what we call speed money. Speed money is like painkillers. It makes you stop feeling the real pain that you're supposed to have. So it doesn't heal you, it just takes away the feeling of the pain, but it doesn't address the structural issues that are happening within your body. And of course, the grand theft is like toxic drugs. It's like poison. You drink it, you're gone. There is nothing to talk about there. It's the same thing like with your petty theft. And so just to explain that, I think if I give you examples for petty theft is, you're in a country, you get to, you throw away litter, and the policeman says, listen, you can either pay me $10 or you can go to jail. So you pay your $10, then the problem is over. So it's usually called petty theft. There's nothing petty about that. If you then calculate that over time and on a population level, a series of $5 could end up, 300 million. So it's not exactly petty. It's petty to the extent that it involves, street level transactions that are small. and often involving, enforcement people, extortion and things like that, at your road, at your airport, or you don't have something and you have to put a green leaf, at an airport, and we are familiar with that. Grand theft is like your embezzlement, large amounts of money, and we've seen in the news. I've just given an example. That's the only example I've given because that one is in the public domain. Grand theft, I won't explain because we're familiar with that. $1 billion, $200 million, that kind of thing. Speed money is a bit different and fascinating because it's you're in a country which is full of red tape, right? And maybe you want to register a company, and then you're told that a company to register it, you need 200 days to register your company. And because you want to do it quicker, you pay a bribe to speed up the process. That's called speed money. It usually to get your permits faster, to get your passport faster, and to cut through some red tape and things like that. We're all familiar with speed money, grand theft and petty theft. Access money, which is where I think I will talk a little bit more on that, is it is a bit different, and it encompasses speed money, but it's high stakes, which is extended by business actors to powerful individuals, especially in a country, a cabinet minister, a powerful legislator, a president, for access to exclusive valuable privileges. I've given an example that is also in the news. Long-time cronies and exchange of near monopoly to access to government construction. You're familiar with this, where you can have a powerful bureaucrat targeted by powerful business interests. You pay money, and then this gives you access to massive construction. Now that's called access money. It gives you preferential treatment in a specific space. The thing with that is you end up having big contracts. Some even deliver on those contracts, except that, of course, the way they did that is they paid access money. The reason why this is important is these 4 dimensions affect an economy differently. And if they are present, they will still affect you differently. And you will see, and I will quote one of the leading authors in this subject. Is called Yuan Ang, who has studied China quite significantly. And the main point is, listen, all corruption is bad. All corruption is bad. What I will say, don't confuse it as someone who is supporting anything. All corruption is bad, but like drugs, different corruption processes affect an economy differently. And in fact, access money, like anabolic steroids, can even help you grow initially, but it comes with serious side effects that accumulate over time. I need to emphasize that. It can help you grow initially and rapidly, for that matter, but you will have serious side effects that can accumulate over time. I say that because we have to be honest about what is happening. There are certain economies where it's almost confusing. High levels of corruption, but high growth rates. It's like anabolic steroids, performance enhancing. Your muscles will grow, but one of these days you will have your heart attack and just someone, boom, you go. Or it is illegal, it affects you in a way. So it may make you grow, but it is dangerous over time. I have to emphasize that. Access money is like an incentive system for politicians and capitalists to work together. So usually, you have the capitalist, your business and actor, you pay your access money to a politician, and there's consensus, there's agreement. So it creates incentive system for both politicians and the capitalists, especially when massive infrastructure, which involves huge sunk costs, is required for an emerging economy to take off. So we've seen lots of access money within emerging economies that are trying to take off, countries that are trying to start petroleum projects, countries trying to build power structures and big roads and dams. Access money is huge. Access money overpays capitalists to do this through cheap loans, subsidies, state backing, and in return, you get feverish growth that can lift people out of poverty like China. And I will explain where the danger comes in later. And so when we're talking about corruption lately, and I've attended the International Anti-Corruption Conference, for the last 15 years. I've spoken at many of the conferences. So I'm quite familiar with the dominant arguments within the movement. I've been director of Transparency International in Zimbabwe myself. So yeah, I can tell you that the main discussion right now is if corruption is bad, what's going on in a country like China? Because China is the most inspiring story of lifting millions out of poverty for the last 50 years. The funny thing is there is massive growth rates, above 5% for almost a generation. And no one will refuse that China doesn't do well on any indices on corruption. So how do you deal with that paradox? Or how do you explain that paradox? Because it is both true that China has experienced growth. It is also true that China has had corruption all these years. So what is going on there, and what can we learn? Now, I want to submit to you, honorable members, there is a fresh book that's happening on the anti-corruption circuit that I want to recommend with you. It's called China's Gilded Age by Yuan Yuenga. I mean, if you find time, please find a way of reading it. Now, I'll explain briefly on explaining China's growth when it regards to corruption and why we need to take note as Africans, because there are different lessons to learn. Now, the first thing is, of course, in China, it's access money as well. That is quite dominant. Among political elites, there are career and financial rewards, graft in exchange for deals that are linked to economic prosperity. So it's different from grabbing from business through extortion. It's almost like they're trying to help businesses in certain processes. So state-business relations in China are not extractive. They are more transactional. So you're not trying to destroy a project, but you're trying to. Now it's still corruption. The difference is you are not just trying to totally destroy a project. You're actually trying to enable a project to go on. Now, these are fine differences, which are actually big when you look at how sometimes a country has corruption, another is corruption, but they are affected differently. These are actually not small differences, but they are significant. The second one is on capacity building reforms that curtail damaging forms of corruption. Now, when China looked at the different types of corruption in its space, it focused on the more damaging ones. The profit sharing arrangements, the growth damaging types of corruption is what, and I'm sure some of you have followed President Xi Jinping's rule. You will know that he has arrested over 1.5 million Chinese bureaucrats over the last few years. It was upon the realization that there were some types of corruption, especially access money, that was now eating the very fabric of the economy. Now, I'm saying this so that we don't quote China without actually giving the full picture. That extensive capacity of the state in China to address the more damaging types of corruption is one of the things that people have not talked about. We have talked about how corruption has thrived, but we have not talked about what the state has done to engage on that. The last thing is on the regional competition. In competition, because of different provinces that are run almost autonomous, there's a lot of competition to actually ensure that you perform. The difference with a lot of our country is a minister has no key result areas. There is no template for what a good minister or a good legislator is. As long as you win election for however, so as long as people don't have targets for succeeding, you can loot money, and as long as you are in good books in a political party, you can continue with your problems. The difference you see in China is while people may remain corrupt, there is competition to do well. And so even where corruption happens, it is in aid of making sure that the growth rates continue to go higher. And that's a different thing to look at the performance-related nature of bureaucratic contracts. Whether you hit a parastatal, whether you are an MP or a cabinet minister or a governor, there are key result areas, and you have to actually succeed in them. So whatever happens in the process, it must be to ensure that there is efficiency within the system. Boshilai has done that well, GGI, and things like that. Then the last thing is historically, proceeds are recycled within the same economy. And this is a bit different in our economies, because when people steal money within our economies, it is stashed in Hong Kong, in China, in Monaco, in the US. Whereas in some communities or in some countries where there is corruption, the money is still recycling within that economy. That's a big difference, because Africa now, you remember the Thabo Mbeki panel, it actually said that we are losing a lot more money through illicit financial flows, as compared to other countries. Now, what it tells you is people are not just looting in our economies. They are taking the money outside. It doesn't recycle. Now, when it recycles within the economy, while it is corruption, you can be a little bit more insulated than you have seen it. So when you address and prioritize the more damaging forms of corruption, like illicit financial flows, you are insulated from some of the more damaging signs that we have seen. Money shouldn't live an economy the way it is in our continent. And the reason why it is living economies is because of the nature of our economies. The nature of economies remain extractive. It's raw materials exporting economies. It's dominated by powerful MNCs whose capitalization dwarfs our own country's GDP. So they are very difficult to monitor. They're very difficult to control because they are powerful, more powerful than you. And so we are always going to be a victim of illicit financial flows, which are a more damaging, toxic drug or manifestation of corruption. That is also a crucial point. Recycling of money in the same economy versus money that leaves the economy after being taken out. Now, what is now happening in our economy? And I want you to remember what I was talking about China and see what is happening in our economy. Now, corruption and inequality. Now, the first thing, before we start talking about laws, whether you've got a law for assets or you've got the law for prevention of corruption or not, all that is important. But before we start talking about laws, it is important to realize that rising inequality will lead to growing corruption risks. A country which has high levels of inequality is creating a fertile ground for corruption. So you have 2 billionaires who basically control 85% of your wealth. Then you've got the 85% of the population enjoying 15% of the wealth. I can tell you that even if you have an anti-corruption commission which has guns and nuclear bombs, it is never going to win, because corruption will always thrive in a context of inequality. Now, inequality is also a product of an economic system. An economic system that is excessively pro-business, that has told us that as long as business is happy, the money is going to trickle down to poor people. A business paradigm which says you can cut government expenditure on health, on education, on nurses, on teachers, as long as you reinvest it in companies which actually take the profits outside the country. So it is important for a legislature, before we worry about laws, to think about what kind of an economic system do we have in our country. Because inequality will always allow corruption, insecurity, and conflict to thrive. And I'm talking about inequality because even the West is now having to grapple with this, where you now have an economy which is $1 trillion GDP, where you have soaring prices on the stock market, but you have what UNDP in 1996 said. There's a danger in rootless growth. Rootless growth is a growth that disrespects culture. Or jobless growth, where you have jobs, but where you have growth, but you don't have jobs. Ruthless growth is where you've got growth that completely disregards people's agency. So the kind of growth is important. You can post 7% annual rates per year and still have inequality, and corruption will still arise. And people don't understand. We are growing, but there is no dealing with corruption. It's because the type of growth we are pursuing as a country is allowing inequality to manifest. A hungry man will always pursue survival corruption. And you can shoot him, he will do everything to ensure that he survives with his family. So deal with inequality. The second thing is the advent of the fourth industrial revolution. This is key for MPs to also understand what's happening in our region. I'm sure some of you know that the first fully automated mine in the world is in Africa, in a place called Mali, just north of Bamako. There are no people working on that mine. It's just machines, robots, hydrogen fuel, so it's only machines working. So tech has invaded our space, industry, mines, and stuff. But what happens with tech is we don't have the necessary capacity in many countries to deal with tech-based corruption. So you have new technologies like your cryptocurrencies, artificial intelligence, that have provided new routes for corrupt behavior, and we have no way of surveillance or of dealing with that. So there is a vast amount of personal data stored online that can be abused if exposed to the wrong people. You have noticed even a very smart MP, you look at their profile on Facebook, they share some of the most intimate details about themselves. They will do selfies in their bedroom, selfies in their money, where their safe is and things like that. So we are not yet very conscious between the value of personal data, privacy, and how it can actually allow corruption to thrive. So the rise of corruption, or the unmanaged rise of corruption use, technological usage because of fourth industrial revolution in our region, is a critical driver and trend in the region that can actually lead to different issues within with corruption. And so, I mean, a technology can be used as a double-edged sword. You can use it as a tool to fight corruption, or it can actually be a vulnerability. So the question there is a question around capacity of our anti-corruption commission, of our law enforcement agencies, of our banking systems and stuff like that. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of, 16-year-old, 400-pound young man who is basically emptying people's accounts while sitting in a basement somewhere in some suburb. It's happening in Africa, where there is fraud on bank cards and stuff like that. We really have to smarten up when it comes to tech. State capture, I mean, we are all familiar with this. It is the situation where powerful individuals, institutions, companies within and outside a country can use and capture the state apparatus or the policy-making apparatus of an economy. This is crucial on our continent, honorable members, because as a young region, young in the sense that we got independent recently, we have invited disproportionately large multinational corporations to operate in our domains. Now, the challenge with that is it has allowed power and information asymmetry. Power and information asymmetry because you have an economy, for example, a country, just for an example, which has a GDP of 20 billion. And then you allow a company that has a market capitalization of $800 billion to come and operate. Now, even when you sit down and do these negotiations, it's very, very difficult. A lot of countries cannot deal with such firepower in terms of experience, in terms of ability to withstand legal battles and stuff like that. So what has happened is a number of companies have essentially captured the policy-making arms of government. They've captured legislators, they've captured members of the executive. The problem so much is not that Africans are too corrupt. The problem is the paradigm that assumes that the best way to grow an economy is to have as many large companies as possible, instead of growing local companies to develop at the same pace as your economy. Number one. Number two, it's also an assumption that the more larger companies have, the less likely you are to grow your industrial base. So we have most of our economies, they don't have masks to protect us from COVID. We import drinking water, we import needles. So we have not localized certain industrial processes. So we are prone to illicit financial flows because almost all money has to be coming from outside. Almost all processes have to be from outside. So it is easy to capture a country which is heavily reliant on MNCs and global value chain. That is a critical process because when it comes to state capture, sometimes laws alone that are punitive cannot address an essentially structural problem within an economy. State capture patronage networks, I'm sure you're all familiar with that, control, capture, co-option, because in Africa, there's no such thing as third cousin. A cousin is a cousin. So you have someone who is in the same province with someone powerful, they are the ones that are now more powerful in state enterprises, stuff like that. So we have patronage network. This is quite common. Opaque political financing. One of the frightening things now is how the rise of, dark money within political campaigns. People who are ordinary school teachers running campaigns worth $1 million to be MPs, and you wonder where is the money coming from? The moment you are supported by that kind of money, you're going to be captured in terms of how you do policy sometimes. So then the question is there a way of regulating campaign financing? Is there a way of regulating political financing? Because if we don't, there are national security implications to uncontrolled opaque political financing. There are national security implications of that. And a lot of it is because you have captured decision-making processes. Land corruption is a worrisome thing that we notice that people are not talking enough in our region. We are agro-based region. We are an agrarian people. We are tillers of the land. And so the relationship between a lot of our people and land is crucial. So when you have corruption at the land administration levels, you are now striking at access money or steroids or toxic drugs. This is the type of corruption that our region cannot tolerate because of the livelihoods that people draw from. One in every 2 people has encountered corruption in land administration. Land barons, you all know the whole concept of land barons, or companies that just take over land for mining, remove people, and often that land is acquired through fraudulent means without environmental impact assessment. So large issues around land corruption, widows, women who have not been married, and how sometimes customary law is abused by unscrupulous traditional authority. There are big issues in a lot. We have an 8-country study on land corruption, and the results are staggering in the region. There is a lot of different issues around land administration that we need to address. Now, in a lot of countries, we now own the land. The question is, while we own the land, there's so much corruption on land. So it is affecting land productivity, but it's also affecting women's agency, because a lot of women derive their livelihoods from land. Extractive industry, this is my main expertise. I could go on and on, but I want corruption in terms of licensing. Usually licensing is private. You negotiate one-on-one with the minister. So imagine, a minister of a 10 billion negotiating with a company which is worth $1 trillion. Good luck, comrade minister, with your negotiations. What we have seen is where you have those direct negotiations, the company tends to win. In fact, it tends to write down the laws and the rules of engagement. Illicit financial flows, pre-source curse. Pre-source curse is where government overspends because of expectation of money coming from extractive. So if you think that you're about to discover oil, you start borrowing against a potential oil windfall. So we're already seeing all kinds of corruption rising because a country thinks it's going to be rich. The unique vulnerability of the sector to rampant corruption, as I can tell you, there are countries that produce lithium, but the companies that claim to be producing lithium are not exporting lithium. They are exporting far more minerals together with the lithium. But the problem is capacity to separate between spodumene and for example, in pegmatite. So what we are now having is a situation where little capacity sometimes to understand how this sector operates has allowed a lot of our governments to lose a lot of the money, basically through under-invoicing, misinvoicing, trade mispricing, transfer mispricing, stuff like that. Artisanal small-scale miners, the issues in terms of allocation of claims, control of artisanal miners by powerful sectarian interests. This is a huge issue also because we are essentially a continent or a region driven by mining and agriculture. Corruption in development assistance. I will tell you, I work in international development organization. It is understated the level of corruption in our sector. Because a lot of it is also not monitored. So it's a common target for corrupt activity. You can imagine there is a flood, you get money from UN. You're supposed to distribute money, cash transfers to people who can't even sign. So you can forge signatures and get away with millions of dollars. And governments can't monitor because that money doesn't even come through government. Of course, there's also money that comes through government and it just disappears, just like that. So there are big issues in terms of development assistance. I say that because on average, a lot of countries are getting in excess of $500 million per year in terms of development assistance. Now, let me breeze through as I prepare to close on. So how do we respond to this as Parliament? What is the role of Parliament in this? The first one is physician, heal thyself. For Parliament to be able to address the issues of corruption within a country, it is to first address its own institutional health. That's why we say, a physician, heal thyself. Meaning, Parliament itself has to resist being captured by sectarian interests. It has to resist being captured or floating its own ways of doing things. Now, the fight against corruption is rendered a lot more difficult as economic competition between companies, countries, and groups, including in industrial espionage, large sums of money. And often we underestimate the value of industrial espionage targeting for Parliament. And this is a big issue. People think of MPs being bribed. No, there are issues of industrial espionage that are also happening within Parliament. So Parliament has to be clean itself, respect its own code of contacts, have robust codes of contacts that allow it to be strong That gives it the capacity to also investigate and hold executive to account. So, Parliament itself be transparent and accountable, instill Parliament's own ranks, the notion that, it is not just the duty to not just obey the letter of the law, but to set an example of incorruptibility to society. MPs being an example of incorruptibility to society, having clear and fair legislation, efficient public supervision, when companies come before Parliament, you have MPs that are much more demanding of answers when competitor companies are speaking. The other competitor company comes, the member has no questions, Mr. Chairman. So, there are questions around, how Parliament can also be fair in itself. The second issue is engage the ideological underpinnings of law and policy. We often assume that governance policy or law is value neutral, and yet it is laden with ideological and cultural assumptions about development and highly political propositions, not necessarily neutral imperatives. So I want members of parliament or legislature to also appreciate that the laws they are passing are not value neutral. You are not just domesticating a global instrument. No. You're actually propagating a certain ideological norm. So let's question the norms that we are propagating as lawmakers. For example, when an economy is dominated by MNCs or commodity exports, it is vulnerable or susceptible to MNC, to illicit financial flow. Reshoring some value chains can also disrupt corruption just by building, and also just building confidence in local financial system is crucial to it. So sometimes the best way to fight corruption is not fighting corruption. The best way to fight corruption is to transform the production system of an economy. And so this is a crucial issue that we have to keep thinking about. Maximize opportunities presented by the fourth industrial revolution. I was talking about the vulnerabilities of technology. Now I want to talk about the opportunities presented by Parliament, by the industrial revolution. Big data, some of you know about big data. I won't talk about that. You can read my presentation. Big data produces big opportunities for addressing corruption. For an example is the Australian Taxation Office, which uses big data to search through various amounts of records to find evidence of use of tax havens, data matching, or identify small retailers that are not. So the question around how do we build capacity for big data within our governments, within Parliament, to analyze data? Because a lot of corruption really is hidden through large quantities of data, or just refusing to go digital. You go at a driver's license institution across the region, everything is too manual because it's much easier to be corrupt that way. But when you digitize certain processes, and I'm not saying it's a panacea for everything, but there are certain processes which are easy to address when it comes to corruption by the use of digital. So build tech capacity within government, within Parliament and other governance institutions to respond to the ever-evolving forms of corruption. I'm left with about 2 or so slides. Foster active citizenship and enhance people agency. Now, we are the youngest region on the continent, I think I've mentioned. In fact, we are one of the largest regions in the world. We got independence recently, a lot of our countries. So the question of exclusion of people remains dominant. Before independence, we were run by colonial authorities that didn't care what Black people think. Fast forward independence, you don't want a situation where we still perpetuate that relationship between the state and society. That is death. So fostering active citizenship is a crucial aspect of Parliament. Let's ensure that we're in touch with the people. Graft can never be fully challenged without the active involvement of citizens empowered, organized to create change. And history has demonstrated that for no reason should you expect corrupt officials and political leaders to reform themselves. The people have to be involved in that. So we have to harness people agency in Africa as crucial to addressing this. The reason why I emphasize harnessing people agencies, a lot of the solutions to fighting corruption at the moment remain very much drown and foreign. You have to work with a certain international body, which is fine. The only problem is it perpetuates the historical exclusion of people. And then it secures the role of certain few external elements as being crucial in addressing order and domestic policy within a country. Now, as we go further, remember I said laws are not the only solution, but they remain important. Adopting and domesticating local and regional global instruments. Your United Nations Convention Against Corruption, African Convention Against Corruption, your Africa Mining Vision, your SADC Regional Mining Vision, your Extractive Transparency Initiative, your SADC Protocol Against Corruption. We need to see these manifest in our laws or domesticated in our laws. We could go on and on about specific provisions, but I'm sure this is going to be addressed. So in conclusion, the fight against corruption cannot be decoupled from the economic system of a chosen country. I think I mentioned that. You cannot fight corruption by fighting corruption. You can also fight corruption by transforming the production systems or the ideological opinions of your country. Address inequality, you are going to address corruption one way or the other. Then address the issues of external stimuli. The corrupting role of some big corporations, misguided policies and nations which complicate domestication and efforts of dealing with corruption. One of the things that I don't know why, but the international community has always assumed is if there is something wrong with a country's diamonds, the best way to deal with that is to ban those diamonds. That's one of the things that has actually perpetuated corruption in our region. Because you ban diamonds, you have not banned the mine. So the moment you ban diamonds, you're basically saying you can't send your diamonds through Antwerp. But if I can't send my diamonds through Antwerp, I can send them through Dubai or Lebanon or something. And we have seen creation of new corrupt networks simply to evade and deal with banned minerals. So sometimes you can have well-meaning but misguided international ways of dealing with local challenges. And we have to deal with those because they may actually complicate the recovery of the country from that. Then the third crucial issue for us to always remember is empowered people are crucial in enforcing corruption accountability. Then, of course, all corruption erodes confidence and development. I think it's crucial to understand that. Yet corruption harms us differently. Countries must be circumspect in prioritizing the more damaging aspects of corruption, the steroid kinds of corruption, the toxic drugs in our politics. Those are the kinds of corruption that we have to prioritize from now and going forward. Muito obrigado. Thank you very much.
Through the chair, we may invite Mr. Diana to make his presentation.
Let me first of all test if you can hear me.
We can hear you, Mr. Msopot.
Thank you so much. The chairperson of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights. Members of the committee, I will prefer just to say all protocols observed. First of all, I want to thank you for honoring the Secretariat, that is SADC Secretariat, by inviting me to be part of this important forum, which is also discussing a very important issue, a very important challenge in the SADC region. My presentation this morning will focus on just highlighting some of the issues in the SADC protocol against corruption. I think with the time that was allocated, I will not be able to unpack each and every article in this protocol. After all, anyway, some of the articles may not be are just standard, are just administrative, and therefore it may not be important to go through them in this presentation. So briefly, this is my outline of the presentation, and I hope you can see it. I'll make a brief introduction and then proceed to give some background to the protocol but also to highlight the objectives of the protocol, and also briefly on the structure, and just highlight some of the key issues from the protocol, as well as on implementation arrangement. And finally, as I close my presentation, I will highlight a few thoughts on what role parliaments can play in the domestication of the protocol. As a matter of introduction, I need to emphasize that the protocols, conventions, and other regional and international agreements prescribe standards and provide a basis for state parties to these protocols to benchmark their own domestic legislation, as well as policies and other measures, and then to see what improvements can be made in order to achieve the standards that are often articulated in these protocols. But also, these protocols, as member states domesticate them, they also help to harmonize the legislative standards and policies around the state parties, and that also makes it easier for state parties to cooperate. We all know that corruption is not just a domestic issue, but it is also an international problem. Whilst in most instances there are cases of corruption that are domestic in nature, they do not cross borders. As you'd find that there are other cases of corruption which are more damaging, to borrow what the area presenter said, that will cross borders and therefore would require cooperation in tackling them. So in the region, the SADC Protocol Against Corruption provides the framework to achieve cooperation, but also to ensure that harmonization of legislative standards can occur across member states. The protocol was adopted in 2001, and it came into force in July 2005. To date, it has 13 member states who are party to this protocol. This SADC has 16 members, which leaves Madagascar, Seychelles, and Comoros, who are in the process of ratifying the protocol. But I need to mention there also that the fact that they have not fully ratified it does not mean they are not engaged in the processes within the region around this protocol. And as I'll highlight some of them in my presentation. Now, in Article 2 of the protocol, it outlines 3 objectives, which are to promote and strengthen development by each state part of mechanisms that are crucial to addressing corruption in both the public and the private sector. What is interesting also, which perhaps was alluded to in the presentation, is that most of the conversations around corruption focus on the public sector, and sometimes we tend to forget the fact that the private sector is equally has also a corruption problem, and in some instances, much as it is cast as a victim of corruption, there are other forms of corruption that it perpetrates. So this protocol looks at both the public and the private sector. And the second objective is to promote and facilitate regional cooperation amongst member states to ensure to enhance the effectiveness of the measures and actions that are taken to address issues of corruption. And then finally, what I mentioned a little while ago, that to foster the development and harmonization of policies and domestic legislation. That, in a sense, also helps to foster cooperation. In terms of the structure, it has 22 articles, from definitions to purposes. Those that I've highlighted in red, some of the issues that I will mention as I go along. Some of the articles are basically standard in any protocol, especially from Article 12 to Article 22, which talks about transitional issues as well as implementation issues and ratification as well as amendments and the other related issues. Now, a few highlights from this protocol that I will explain. Article 3, which is about acts of corruption, provides the scope of acts of corruption that are applicable under this protocol. It outlines more interest is that in most cases, when you ask people what corruption is, they'll simply limit it to bribery. But in this particular article, there are more forms of corruption that have been highlighted. And again, I will emphasize the issue of private sector corruption and a few others. I think the earlier presenter talked about the issue of illicit financial flows. Normally, those will be covered within diversion of state property, which eventually sometimes property in this case also includes money. It's not just physical structures, but even money that sometimes gets diverted and perhaps it is deposited in offshore accounts. You know, the issues of concealment of property. But whilst it has highlighted these as the major issues around acts of corruption, it has also recognized that they can be more, and therefore it provides in the same article leeway for member states to even collaborate on other, in addressing other forms of corruption that have not been mentioned in Article 3. And in Article 4, the protocol highlights the requirement for state parties to adopt measures that create and enhance standards of conduct for proper fulfillment of public functions. That strengthens also government revenue as well as collection and control systems, promoting access to information, whistleblower protection, and then encouraging participation by the media, civil society, and non-government organizations in efforts to prevent corruption, and also measures to prevent acts of corruption committed in and in the private sector. So you discover that there's a range of issues that are highlighted there, but also sectors that are implied within which member states are supposed to adopt measures that will strengthen efforts in those areas to address issues of corruption. And then jumping to Article 8, it talks about confiscation and seizure. This particular issue has also become a critical one, I think, in recent years, the issues of asset recovery. Currently, it is a major subject of discussion. I'm aware also that the African Union has adopted what is called the Common Africa Position on Asset Recovery. And there are a lot of other initiatives within the region, I can mention ARINZA, that are trying to strengthen cooperation over issues of asset recovery. So it requires state parties to adopt measures that will enable confiscation of proceeds derived from corruption. And also you'd recall that in oftentimes when following issues of corruption, especially those that cross borders, one of the key statements that is mentioned is to follow the money to make sure that crime does not pay. So it talks about those measures which can lead to confiscation, but also to be able to trace and freeze and seize property or instrumentalities that have been obtained through corrupt means. And then in Article 9, what I would just mention there is that this is where it addresses issues of cooperation and the provision of legal assistance between state parties around areas of extradition, But also I would be quick to mention that SADC has also additional protocols, protocol on mutual legal assistance and the protocol on extradition, which are already in force. And they also mentioned the issues of corruption as a crime which member state parties can cooperate around issues of providing each other mutual legal assistance, as well as where extradition matters are concerned. So in terms of the implementation arrangements for the protocol, which are in Article 11, the protocol has provided for the establishment of a committee of state parties to the protocol. So this particular committee, which now is called the SADC and Corruption Subcommittee, was established in 2015. Of course, the persons will be asked what happened between 2005 when the protocol came into force and 2015. During the promulgation of this protocol, there was an NGO that played a key role in coordinating the work. The NGO was called SAFAC, Southern Africa Forum Against Corruption, to which which member states of SADC were party to. And this is the same organization that championed the implementation at the very beginning until in 2015 when it was decided to set up this community which had been provided for under the protocol. And then this is the committee that is coordinating the work of implementation of this protocol. In Article 11, the mandate of this committee is outlined, gathering and dissemination of information among state parties, organizing training programs, this is capacity building, evaluating programs to be put in place and programs of cooperation, and providing any other related assistance to the state parties. What I also need to mention is that initially the protocol said this particular committee is supposed to be reporting to Council of Ministers, which is the second highest structure within the SADC. But it was later, there was an amendment that was done in 2014-2015 of the protocol to provide the reporting to be done to the Ministerial Committee of the organ, MCO. So this is where this particular committee is supposed to report. And to enable the to operationalize the implementation of this protocol, the committee in 2017 developed the Strategic Anti-Corruption Action Plan, which will run until 2022, which was also adopted by the MCO, the Ministerial Committee of the organ. And the under this strategic action plan, one of the key issues to be addressed is the reporting mechanism, which is not yet in place, but it is one of the activities that would be undertaken. And then this committee convenes annually, but also just to mention that the strategic anti-corruption action plan is a key part of what is called the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan for SADC for the period 2020 to 2030. So when 2022, the action plan elapses, there will be a review because it is still part of the focus of SADC under the what is called the RISDIP, or the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan. Now, as I come to the end of this presentation, I would just like to highlight what I think are the important role that Parliament can play in domestication of this protocol. We note that it already has 13 state parties, so it's only 3 that are not party to it, and perhaps the parliaments in those member states, their immediate role is to influence the executive to expedite the process to be party to this particular protocol. But also in understanding that domestication is the where member states or state parties will develop domestic legislation and implement other actions that conforms to the agreement, to the protocol, to the agreement or agreement which state party the member state is. I would like to highlight that perhaps maybe the first onus on implementation or on influencing the domestication process lies with the executive, which normally sign these agreements. Of course, I'm also aware that in some of the SADC member states, Parliament is involved in the ratification process because member states have got different ratification processes. Some of them would have to take the protocol to Parliament, and Parliament has to assent, and then the executive comes and signs. But we know that Parliament has got a role. They are normally called lawmakers. Most of these protocols, including the SADC protocol on corruption, against corruption, requires that certain legislation has to be passed, or certain legislation has to be amended, or certain policies or institutions have to be created in order to spearhead implementation of some of the standards and measures that these protocols normally outline. So for me, the role of Parliament is one, reactive, not reactive in the negative sense, but when the executive arm of government brings the legislation to Parliament, their role is to scrutinize it, but also to ensure that this legislation has been crafted in line with the standards of the agreements that the member state of the country itself is party to. And then Parliament also has got an oversight function over the executive. And I believe Parliament can also use these oversight functions to be able to see, to be able to check, to verify to what extent the executive is complying with the provisions of the agreements, including the SADC protocol, to which they are party to. And in this way, Parliament can also play that critical role in the domestication. So Parliament also has got a role to play when normally these agreements are signed. They contain lots of measures as well as legislation that members have to pass in order to comply, and that cannot be done in a day or in a year. There is always a debate as to what is it that is more critical at this stage, and I believe that Parliament can also weigh into that debate that happens at the domestic level in terms of what are the critical things that this protocol has mentioned that we think are so important that we have to prioritize them. So that is another role that Parliament can play. Now, in concluding, I would like to also mention that whilst Parliament has got an important role to play in domestication, as you either reacting by receiving legislation and scrutinizing it and then passing it, but also proactively by using its mandate of oversight over the executive, they need to be well aware, made aware of these agreements, because in most instances, what I notice is that the executive will go and sign, especially where parliaments do not get involved in ratification. Parliament may not be aware. And then in this case, I think it is also very important that there has to be a mechanism to ensure that Parliament is aware of what is in these agreements. But also more crucially, what I can mention is that for these agreements, for instance, for the SADC protocol, I've already mentioned that the review mechanism of what member states are doing to comply with it is not yet fully in place. But for other agreements beyond SADC, they have got their own review mechanisms, which comes up with a report that would show whether member states have got the legislation, how good that legislation is. But also those are the things that Parliament can pick on in terms of what progress their own countries are making to address the shortfalls which these review processes of these protocols and agreements highlight as problem areas. On that note, I would want to thank you all for listening to this presentation, and I wish you all the best. Thank you, Chairperson. I submit.
The chairperson is muted.
Muito obrigada aos nossos oradores por estas apresentações brilhantes e informativas. Dando continuidade à nossa agenda, convido agora o senhor Guimendi e o senhor Mussupol a fazerem as suas apresentações. Darei-lhes 20 minutos a cada um. O pódio, por favor.
Honorable Chair, sorry, Honorable Chair, the presentations are the ones that just have been done. We may proceed to invite comments and debate from the members.
É que vai repetir aqui, desculpe. Sim, agora convido dois passos para o debate. Podemos fazer o nosso debate, tendo em conta o tempo. Por favor. Está feito. Você fez me entender? Tá, então, silêncio.
Honorable Chair, some members may have missed part of your intervention. You may wish to repeat.
Muito obrigado aos nossos oradores por estas apresentações brilhantes e informativas. Vou agora dar espaço para o debate. Hello?
And through you, Chair, honorable members and partners, those who may wish to make comments or to debate, may do so by raising their hands. If you are having any problems, you may speak verbally to the chair asking for the floor.
Honorable Chair, Zimbabwe here.
Zimbabwe tem a palavra.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to thank the two presenters for having covered the topic quite successfully and raised very interesting points. I want to quote one of the presenters, Madam Chair, who said, I quote, "You can't separate corruption with the economic system of any given country." Madam Chair, I'm a very avid soccer fan. I want to give you an example of a football match. When you look at, you take a football match involves two teams and a referee. Number one is the teams have to have the same number of players and they are only allowed to substitute the same number of substitutes as well. They have goalposts on either side, and the goalposts are equal in size. They have to wear uniforms that are different, but every team has to wear the same uniform for easy identification as they play their soccer. And the field that they play, this football, has to be level, Madam Chair. This is in trying to have some fairness in the game. So I picked that example, Madam Chair, so that when we look at corruption, we did maybe refer as well to your opening remarks, where you talked of the corruption perception index, and you listed some countries, and you zeroed in on SADC because we are SADC anyway. But globally, if we were to look at the CPIs, you find a certain group of countries not doing very well on their CPIs. And there is a common denominator amongst these countries, which is the common denominator is an element of unfairness that you find in some of these countries. I might have forgotten to mention that I want to put a disclaimer, Madam Chair, that I'm one of the people that are totally against corruption. Corruption is bad. It's bad for individuals, it's bad for countries, and it's bad for everyone. Whilst I'm picking these examples, I put that disclaimer that I'm not supporting corruption. But I want us to have a real look at some of the factors that might be, attributed to high levels of corruption in some countries. One of the presenters did a talk of inequality being some of the causes of corruption, whether globally or individually in some countries. And I'll still pick some points coming in from one of the presenters. He picked in an example of drugs, Madam Chair. He picked an example of drugs and said corruption is like drugs. And then he talked of drugs being used and then some of them having bad side effects. And that's a very good example that he picked. And I'll also pick that example of drugs and draw your attention, Madam Chair, to cancer patients. Cancer patients are given very strong analgesics, what we call dangerous drugs, very strong opioids. You use them to alleviate pain in cancer patients, but then they have terrible side effects. Some of them are addictive, some of them, very untoward side effects. But because they alleviate the pain, but these drugs are used on individuals despite all the bad side effects. So at times with drugs, you have to use them. You weigh the risks and the benefits and say, look here, this patient is suffering from cancer, so we have to alleviate the pain and forget about the addictiveness. Some of these opioids end up causing so much untoward side effects to the patient. I'm outside my examples now, Madam Chair. I want to draw closer home to Zimbabwe and other countries like Venezuela. They are in the same league, Iran. We have sanctions that have been imposed on these countries. So these sanctions are an unfair playing field, much as we would like to fight corruption as much as, well, for example, in Zimbabwe, The executive is fighting corruption. The president has even instituted, there is the Anti-Corruption Commission as an institution on its own. And to add to that, the president has even started what we call a special anti-corruption unit in his office. But then it's very difficult to fight corruption if you have an unfair playing field. So much so that you find that the speed money that was mentioned, the access money that was mentioned can come in, because even the state, the executive will be trying to sanction bust. You see, they're trying to look after the population. They're trying to get fuel. They're trying to transact with international banks. But how do they do it if they're sanctioned? There's this unfair playing field. The ref, going back to my soccer example, the ref is even favoring the other team. So the whole situation is unfair. So you find that at times we are propagating corruption by introducing these sanctions. Some people would say these sanctions are well-meaning. We want these countries to adhere to good governance. We want these countries to do such and such. It could be well-meaning according to them, but they could be misguided, Madam Chair, and then lead to more corruption. I come back again to Zimbabwe as an example. We have our diamonds. If our diamonds are blocked, they can't be sold legally, then the country will find other means. And by its finding other means, they'll find private individual to facilitate. And trying to find a private individual to facilitate, these individuals might end up being involved in corruption. But the executive will be trying, it's a survival mechanism, Madam Chair, that this country, Zimbabwe, for example, and other countries that are under sanctions, for example, will find themselves in, but survival mode will lead to a country doing the West. In courts, Madam Chair, if I were to refer you to a scenario in court where magistrates have to try a convicted person, there are times when they look at the extenuating circumstances. Why did you do this? And the convict might stand up and say, Madam Chair, I've got 5 kids, I don't work, and my kids are hungry, so I had to steal in order to feed my family. So these are some of the extenuating circumstances that a court might consider. But I'm trying to find extenuating circumstances for corruption. And like I said, I don't condone them. But these are situations that if we don't level the playing field, we might not defeat corruption. I'm glad to say, Madam Chair, coming closer home, I'm glad SADC has taken a stance where they are saying an injury to one is an injury to all. And just yesterday, we had our anti-corruption day in Zimbabwe, and the whole of SADC stood by with Zimbabwe in order to say sanctions should be removed. And this is very commendable for SADC to take that stance. And what I would actually encourage is more to be done against these sanctions, so that countries such as Zimbabwe might find their CPI indexes going up. Because without sanctions, maybe there is need, Madam Chair, for a scientific study to be carried out on Zimbabwe, on the CPI on Zimbabwe, CPI before sanctions and CPI with sanctions. I foresee that if this scientific study is carried out, you might realize that the CPI index before sanctions was much higher than the CPI index that we have with sanctions. Madam Chair, with those not so few remarks, I submit. Thank you.
Please unmute the chairperson.
Obrigado, Zimbabwe. Quem está pedindo a palavra agora?
There is South Africa, there is the Eswatini.
Okay.
E África do Sul pode ter a palavra?
Thank you very much. I just want to also echo Zimbabwe and the fact that from the drug example, which is a good example, and there's, I think, different levels, as you say, on drugs. But one of the problems with drugs is that drugs, the soft drugs, or what is considered the drugs that don't have bad side effects, is sometimes the drug was what called the gateway drug. And it's a drug that leads us to the bigger drugs afterwards. And this is the same with crime or corruption, is that sometimes you see a corruption that's maybe not, it's not bad corruption in the beginning, but it opens the gates to bigger corruption in, further down the road. Often we've seen that in crime. Often we've seen that in crime with policemen that, with criminals where they maybe started stealing bread for hunger, when they find that they get away with it, where the police can't catch them, they start stealing bigger things and they start stealing more expensive things. And they start, they start stealing better things. Now, for me, what I think is important is if you show me a country's constitution, I can show you a will to fight corruption. But if you show me the initiatives and the success rates of what that country is achieving, then you will see a want of that country to fight corruption. In South Africa, our parliament is involved in legislating corruption. We're involved in the constitution. We have fighting corruption in the constitution. And now you'll see, post our previous president, we have what's called the Zondo Commission. Now, it's one thing to have the commission. That's what comes out of the commission. It's the results of what comes out of the commission that's going to be important and what you see. So, as I say, it's very good presentations. Welcome the presentations. And we look forward to seeing what comes out from signing the declarations. Thank you.
Please unmute the chairperson.
Obrigado, convido agora Swatini a tomar a palavra.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, Madam Chair, may I start by thanking the two presenters for making a very good presentation. It was very informative, and I picked a lot from it. What I can say is that I observed that it calls for a collaborated effort among SADC countries if they truly want to do away with corruption, which is now an evil, which is hard to unblock. So it calls for a collaborated effort. So we need. Oh, there is something disturbing. Okay.
Go ahead. We have muted.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I was getting disturbed. So it calls for a collaborated effort. A country on its own cannot fight corruption. So it needs, or it calls the region to be united if we truly want to do away with corruption. But my worry is The law enforcers seem to be more corrupt. So how are we going to do away with corruption if the agents that are mandated, to do away with corruption or to assist in doing away with corruption are more corrupt? That's my worry. So as SADC countries, how are we going to fight this corruption if these agents, are corrupted? So I'm just asking. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair, there is Angola.
Angola, por favor.
Eu consegui desativar, já está. Muito obrigada, honorável Presidente. Eu quero também, de facto, agradecer e cumprimentar os dois oradores pelas suas ricas e profundas e bastante elucidativas apresentações sobre a corrupção e sobre o combate à corrupção, digamos, as perspectivas do próprio protocolo da SADC contra a corrupção. De facto, Presidente, nós já tivemos a oportunidade de saudar a adoção deste tema, assim como o conteúdo da intervenção, do discurso de abertura da senhora Presidente, quando considera que a corrupção continua a ser um dos maiores impedimentos para o desenvolvimento da região. E, de facto, estamos absolutamente de acordo e Angola está particularmente a viver esta situação. Dizer que, e também referia na sua intervenção, que portanto, várias têm sido as leis adotadas, iniciativas, inclusive instituições de luta, portanto, para o combate à corrupção, mas, de qualquer modo, a situação mantém-se absolutamente na mesma ao nível da região. Do ponto de vista da Angola, eu queria dizer que, efetivamente, o combate à corrupção e a luta contra a impunidade constituem, efetivamente, um pilar da governação atual da Angola. Como sabem, Angola tem um novo presidente desde 2017, a Sua Excelência o Presidente João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, que tem efetivamente liderado uma verdadeira cruzada contra a corrupção. Muita legislação foi adotada já sobre essa matéria. A diferença, efetivamente, em relação ao passado, é que estamos a fazer ênfase relativamente à impunidade. E quem diz impunidade diz também a implementação efetiva das leis que nós adotamos, porque sempre foram adotadas leis, inclusive Angola já teve uma instituição que era designada alta corrupção, alta autoridade contra a corrupção, que de facto não foi mais do que ter um nome e ter instalações e que nunca funcionou. A diferença agora é que efetivamente o nosso executivo se deu conta de qual é o mal que a corrupção tem estado a causar ao desenvolvimento do país e a todas aquelas questões que foram aqui levantadas, como inclusivamente até a própria exclusão. E nessa base foram adotadas muitas leis já nestes últimos anos e efetivamente o governo está a fazer grande ênfase na implementação das leis contra a corrupção. Então, voltando às duas intervenções, eu queria também dizer que, efetivamente, achei muito interessante a comparação que o nosso primeiro orador fez, portanto, em relação à corrupção como sendo uma droga, a adição que essa corrupção cria. Portanto, uma droga que, do nosso ponto de vista, é preciso extirpar dos nossos países, das nossas sociedades, e que só trabalhando em conjunto nós poderemos efetivamente, em conjunto e com vontade política, efetivamente, de extirpar esse mal, haveremos de conseguir. Eu queria dizer aos dois oradores, o primeiro aos dois, o primeiro e o segundo, que de facto gostaria de os ouvir um bocado mais sobre esse tema da impunidade, corrupção versus impunidade. Essa é uma questão. A outra questão, gostei de sobremodo, portanto, a referência que fez o segundo orador em relação à participação dos parlamentos, dos parlamentares, no processo de celebração dos acordos. E ele referia muito bem que, se não for por via do processo de ratificação, os parlamentares estão absolutamente à margem dos processos de vinculação do Estado do ponto de vista desses protocolos, dos acordos internacionais. Então, acho que aqui temos que também fazer ênfase sobre essa matéria e talvez eu convidasse ao nosso orador, porque efetivamente, ao segundo, que pudesse falar um bocado mais do processo de ratificação dos Estados, onde é que nós estamos? Porque nós celebramos, e acho que isto é um mal, por assim dizer, transversal ao nível da nossa região. Às vezes até os próprios acordos bilaterais são muito bem celebrados, reduzidos a escrito e festeja-se quando se assinam os acordos, mas depois a implementação é muito limitada, para não dizer quase inexistente. Então eu acho que nós precisamos de uma estratégia efetiva para a implementação desse protocolo sobre a corrupção e outros, mas em relação ao protocolo de corrupção, sabemos quais são os Estados que já, e é a minha questão, que ratificaram, deixaram de ratificar, onde é que nós estamos, como é que nós podemos fazer os checks and balances em termos da implementação deste protocolo. Muito obrigada, senhora Presidente, fico por aqui agora.
Acho que sim. Haverá mais um colega que ainda queira intervir? O silêncio significa que o nosso debate... Chegamos ao fim da nossa primeira sessão. Faz favor.
Madam Chair?
Sim, eu primeiro procurava saber se alguém quiser, algum colega que ainda quisesse fazer um comentário.
Yes, Chair. There are a couple of questions that and request for clarification that came from the members. May the Chair allow the presenters to respond, maybe before we then close?
Sim, sim. Convido agora os oradores a fazerem os seus comentários.
We can start with Titus. If there are any comments or responses to questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, yeah. I mean, most of them weren't questions. They were comments. So yeah, I basically agree with the responses. The question that has to do with sanctions, is that Zimbabwe, Honorable Ndweni, if I'm not mistaken, you were talking about the role. I'm primarily an extractives expert, so we look at how specific policies affect how certain minerals are viewed within the within the sector. Now, when you look at diamonds, I mean, I gave an example of diamonds, and you mentioned Zimbabwe diamonds in particular. Diamonds are easy to transport. In fact, diamonds that fit in a wallet or in a backpack can transform your economic material condition. So when you ban diamonds of a country, you haven't done much, because they are still very, very easy to transport, and they are easy to monetize. It's very easy to sell them. There is a world out there that's willing to buy diamonds. So it's one of those policies that may be well-intentioned, but that's ultimately not effective. In fact, it hasn't worked in any diamond-producing country. It has also not worked because of how countries have tended to ignore a lot of sanctions that are targeted at specific minerals, like, for example, chrome or diamonds or oil. I mean, I could give you an example. Zimbabwe in 1973, you had the Dade Agreement, which was essentially a sanctions-busting legislation that was passed that allowed, I think it was the US, to continue trading in Zimbabwe with chrome, while the chrome had been rendered illegal by the United Nations. So the history, at least in Zim, of ineffectiveness of sanctions as a tool for influencing domestic policy. First, because I think in the 70s, it were Western countries that ignored the sanctions. I think now, the recent ones for diamonds, it was because diamonds don't work that way. It was ill-advised to ban them from Antwerp when they could be sold in other capitals. So I agree with you that perhaps banning metals or banning precious minerals may not be the wisest way of dealing with any assumed challenges that may be happening in a sector. I mean, there are many ways of exerting leverage on a country, but banning small diamonds is just not one of them. The second issue has to do with the constitution. I agree entirely. I think you need a strong constitution in a country. But I'm sure you would also agree that the constitution is not enough. Again, it depends on the context in which you are operating. It also depends on the constitutional provision that are within your country. There is no constitution that is value neutral. There is no ideologically neutral constitution. So what we agree as a country in a constitution or subsidiary legislation has a lot to do in what ends up manifesting in an economy. So yes, let's have good constitution. Yes, let's have good laws. For me, this is foundational, but there's a lot more that we have to do in order to address corruption. Same thing with the question around law enforcement agents. That's the last comment that I was asked to do. Part of the reason why there is a lot of challenges law enforcement agents is because they are often the ones that deal with the petty theft and the access money I was talking about, the speed money that I was talking about. You know, people who want to, you have been stopped at a roadblock, but you want to rush, or you want, to reduce permits. You know, some of those things are solved not necessarily by police, but by reducing red tape within a country. There's just so much bureaucratic red tape, whether it's registering companies or acquiring a passport, or things that are almost harmless or that can be done quicker. We've made them so slow that in itself creates a fertile ground for corruption. The challenge is, instead of dealing with red tape, we are putting it all on the Anti-Corruption Commission to solve that which has been failed by economic transformation. So I'd address that, and then you also then address issues to do with the law enforcement. I'm not saying law enforcement is necessarily wrong, but sometimes they are like the boogeyman. You know, they are blamed for things that are structural. They are blamed for things that are systemic, and until those things are addressed, no law enforcement anyway can solve things that are fundamentally about inequality or bureaucratic red tape or an exclusive economic paradigm. Those things can't be solved by police. Thank you, I submit.
Thank you, Titus. We may have Mr. Ipiana.
Thank you so much. Through the chair, I think I only, sorry, I think I heard one comment from Angola. I think it was talking about the issue of awareness. I would just want to comment that from my perspective, I think the chain between the region and national in terms of what is signed up to at regional level or international level, making its way down to Parliament becoming aware of what obligations the executive have signed up to and the implications, but also to make follow-up in terms of what is happening in terms of domestication is crucial. I mentioned about countries where Parliament is involved in ratification, but that is only just the first stage. But I think I note that in most instances, once that is done, I don't see Parliament still playing a more active role in terms of ensuring that the action is happening to ensure that members, the government is moving towards the standards that it has signed up to. It's a process that takes time. But I think the important role of Parliament in terms of following up, but also that is premised on the fact that first of all, parliaments have to become aware. And there is, I'm sure there is some role which can happen at this regional level between the SADC Secretariat and the structures like the SADC Parliamentary Forum in terms of knowing what is there and then looking at how best it can cascade down to the domestic level. So I think there is that opportunity where cooperation can occur to improve, I think, the oversight that Parliament exercises on governments in terms of their obligations to some of these agreements as well as protocols. I think that's what I would mention. I submit, Chair.
Mr. Ipiana, there was also a question from Angola regarding the status of member states with regards to the ratification. They want to actually know which countries have ratified and which ones haven't as part of their work. So you may feel free to share that information.
Thank you. That through the chair again, I shared, I think it is one of the first 3 slides that I highlighted that currently 13 member states of SADC have signed up and ratified the protocol. There is still Madagascar, Seychelles, and the Comoros. For Madagascar, personally, I have heard in some forums that they have ratified, but I'm taking it from the perspective where, according to the same protocol, when it is ratified, the member states have to deposit the instrument of ratification with the Secretariat. So as long as that instrument is not there, then they are deemed to not have yet ratified. But I need to be quick to mention that all the 3 countries have reported to the ministerial committee of the organ that they're in the process of ratifying. So currently that's where it stands. But also I mentioned that the fact that they have not yet finalized their ratification process, it does not mean they do not participate in any activities as well as any discussions at SADC level on issues relating to the protocol. So I think it's just the mechanics of getting the protocol ratified that is on the left, which is as of the last ministerial committee of the organ meeting, it was indicated that they end the process. And again, of course, in 2021, when the ministerial committee would convene, they will still be following up. They still follow up. There is that mechanism where they follow up member states in terms of at what stage of ratification they are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Over to you.
E, caros colegas, depois dos comentários dos nossos oradores, chegamos ao fim da nossa primeira sessão. Vamos agora fazer uma pausa para o almoço. Reataremos a nossa reunião quando forem precisamente 14 horas, hora de Joanesburgo. Até lá.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, honorable members and partners. If you exit, you use the same link to rejoin. Otherwise, we meet at 2 o'clock as advised by the chairperson. Have a good day.
Boa tarde, caros colegas. Alô?
Boa tarde, presidente.
Sim, sim. Creio que todos os colegas tenham renovado energias para entrarmos na sessão de tarde.
Sim, senhora.
Vamos entrar no nosso 6º ponto, que é por uma abordagem colaborativa na prevenção, detecção, punição e erradicação da corrupção nos setores públicos e privados na região da SADC. Distintos membros e parceiros, bem-vindos de volta à segunda sessão da nossa reunião, onde receberemos perspectivas diferentes dos vários intervenientes no âmbito do tema. Uma abordagem colaborativa na prevenção, detecção, punição e erradicação da corrupção nos setores público e privado na região da SADC. Isto é fundamental porque o combate à corrupção requer o envolvimento de todos nós, atores estatais e não estatais. A cada apresentador serão concedidos 15 minutos. Os nossos primeiros oradores são a Agência Anticorrupção, Timone Cantolo, que é diretor-geral da Direção de Corrupção e Crimes Econômicos do Botsuana, e o comissário John Makamuri, da Comissão Anticorrupção do Zimbábue. Fim da apresentação. Vamos também dar o seguimento com a sociedade civil e os mídias. Por favor, tomem a palavra.
Through the chair, Mr. Kasholo, would you wish to share the screen, or to share your presentation on the screen, or you want us to do it from this end? Through the chair, may I suggest that we have a presentation from Commissioner Makamre while we wait for Mr. Kasholo, Chair.
Tudo bem.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Makamure, you should be able to share your presentation on the screen, or if you wish us to do that from our end, we can do that.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah, I think you can share it from that end.
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. It is my pleasure to participate in this virtual meeting of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights under the theme Enhancing the Role of Parliament in Curbing Corruption and Strengthening Accountability through Building Institutional Collaboration with national and anti-corruption state and non-state actors. I'm honored to speak on the topic.
So you can proceed, Commissioner Makamure.
Right, yeah. So I was saying that it's my pleasure to participate in this virtual meeting of the Standing Committee, and I'm honored to speak on the topic towards a collaborative approach in preventing, detecting, punishing, and eradicating corruption in the public and private sectors in the SADC region. My name is Commissioner John Makamure. I'm with the Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission. I'm also the Commission spokesperson, but I'm also in charge of Prevention and Corporate Governance Committee. I chair that committee in the Anti-Corruption Commission. So my participation dovetails very much with the Commission's mission to engage stakeholders across the board in the fight against corruption. So I'll begin by briefly just unpacking the concepts of good governance, transparency, and accountability in order to highlight how these are critical in the fight against corruption. I will then highlight the importance of a collaborative approach, but I'll focus on the implementation, development and implementation of a national anti-corruption strategy, and how this strategy can mobilize stakeholders and better coordinate their efforts in curbing corruption. So good governance, in my view, is key. I think that's the premise, that's the starting point. Where there is good governance, you would have gone a long way in curbing corruption. Good governance is central to sustainable development and the well-being of any society. So this SADC PF committee plays a very important role in promoting good governance across our countries, because the work of anti-corruption agencies becomes easier where there is a culture of good governance. Good governance has some major characteristics. It must be participatory, consensus-oriented, accountable, transparent, responsive, effective and efficient, equitable and inclusive, and follows the rule of law. So when we have such characteristics, then corruption is minimized. And when corruption is minimized, then the well-being of society improves. Transparency, as we know, means that decisions taken and their enforcement are done in a manner that follows rules and regulations. It also means that information is freely available and directly accessible to those who will be affected by such decisions and their enforcement. It also means that enough information is provided and that it is provided in easily understandable forms and media. So when we make information available to the public, we make all decisions as transparent as possible. Then we have gone a long way in curbing corruption. And accountability, we are not only talking about government institutions here, but also the private sector and civil society, who must be accountable to the public and to their institutional stakeholders. So accountability is at the heart of ensuring that there is good governance. And corruption, I'll move on to what corruption is. Just quickly, corruption is commonly defined as abuse of entrusted power for private gain. And forms of corruption include bribery, nepotism, cronyism, embezzlement, fraud, extortion, abuse of office, money laundering. So these are all forms of corruption. And corruption is prevalent in countries with weak accountability mechanisms. So where there is poor accountability, corruption thrives. So strengthening these institutions, accountability mechanisms, such as the role of Parliament, the Auditor General, will make inroads into the fight against corruption. So Parliament plays a key role through its oversight work, through its legislative role. Parliament, if Parliament is strengthened, that will ensure that corruption is minimized. And most countries in the region, in fact, all countries in the region, have adopted a policy of zero tolerance to corruption. So zero tolerance means fighting both grand and petty corruption. So in simple terms, grand corruption is big corruption, petty corruption is small corruption, just in simple terms. So the policy of zero tolerance, while it is the way to go, grand corruption must be fiercely fought. Grand corruption is the biggest problem. This is because it involves abuse of high-level power that benefits the few at the expense of the many and causes serious and widespread harm to individuals and society. So at most anti-corruption commissions, anti-corruption agencies, stakeholders unanimously agree that grand corruption has to be fiercely fought, because that is the one that is causing severe devastation to the economy, to societal well-being, and political development in all of our countries. And many, corruption perceptions is such as those published by Transparency International, an NGO, often help shed further light over the extent and dimensions of corruption across the public sector. And in the SADC region, on average, we are not doing very well in the SADC region. On average, when it comes to corruption perception index, there are countries which are doing much better than others. There are others who are not doing very well. So it's an area where corruption is about perception. It's about perception, really. So we need to ensure that we change public perception in order to curb corruption. The key institutions to fight corruption are anti-corruption agencies, independent commissions established by constitutions, the police, judiciary, prosecuting authority, revenue authorities, central bank, Parliament, Auditor General. So just a few, these are some of the key institutions, not all, but key institutions in the fight against corruption. So, but anti-corruption agencies can only effectively execute their constitutional mandate with increased collaboration with all key stakeholders, including business, labor, churches, civil society, and NGOs in various shapes and sizes, educational institutions, etc. So an anti-corruption agency on its own can never be effective in the fight against corruption. It has to collaborate with other stakeholders across the board. And the UN Convention Against Corruption, the AU Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, and the SADC Protocol Against Corruption all underscore the critical role of a collaborative approach in the fight against corruption. And greater external collaboration is key, especially when it comes to recovery of assets. So coming to the experiences of Zimbabwe, the Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission in the area of collaboration. That's what my topic requires me to do, to share experiences on how a collaborative approach can curb corruption. So I said earlier on, anti-corruption agencies have to collaborate. And the UN Convention, the African Union Convention, the SADC Protocol, all underscore the importance of collaboration. And this explains why the Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission has moved with speed to enter into memorandum of understanding with various organizations, which include the Zimbabwe Republic Police, Auditor General, Parliament of Zimbabwe, Financial Intelligence Unit, Zimbabwe Revenue Authority, National Prosecuting Authority, Immigration Department, Transparency International Zimbabwe, a civil society organization, Immigration, I spoke about Immigration Department, among others. So we have, when we came into office in July last year, this our commission is the fourth commission. When we came into office, we decided that collaboration was key and that we needed to engage all stakeholders. So we then entered into memoranda of understanding with these key agencies.
Elaboramos memorando de entendimento com as outras três agências.
And cooperation among stakeholders is very critical in the fight against corruption. And this engagement has gone a long way.
É chave nesse aspecto.
Okay, so and the collaboration and coordination has been strengthened through the development of a national anti-corruption strategy, which was officially launched by His Excellency President E.G. Mnangagwa on 11 July 2020. Yeah, so we now have a national anti-corruption strategy that was officially launched by His Excellency. And most SADC countries have a national anti-corruption strategy. The Commission is proud to have spearheaded the development of the strategy, which fully complies with the dictates of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, which requires member states to develop, implement, or maintain effective coordinated anti-corruption policies
políticas coordenadas
that promote the participation of society
que promovem a participação da sociedade
and reflect the principles of the rule of law
e que reflitam os princípios do Estado de Direito,
proper management of public affairs and public property, integrity, transparency, and accountability.
Propriedade pública.
Yeah. So we are very proud that we managed to spearhead the development of this strategy through a highly consultative process. Right, and the National Anti-Corruption Strategy has 6 strategic objectives. So the first strategic objective is citizen empowerment and awareness. And the second strategic objective is to enhance the structures for deterrence, detection, adherence, and enforcement through improved compliance with anti-corruption and integrity management obligations and mechanisms across sectors. So that's the second strategic objective. The third one is to is to increase public demand for transparency and accountability in state-owned enterprises and parastatals, public institutions, media houses, and the private sector. And the fourth strategic objective is to ensure protection of whistleblowers and victims of corruption. Then the fifth strategic objective is to recover assets and proceeds from corruption crimes. Then the last sixth strategic objective is to increase the level of political parties' transparency, political will, and accountability. So the National Anti-Corruption Strategy that we developed through a highly consultative process is those those six strategic
Nosso
objectives.
orador só tem 1 minuto para terminar a sua dissertação.
Ah. Okay, right. In a minute, what we have done with that National Anti-Corruption Strategy is to come up with a robust implementation and monitoring framework. So we have established a National Anti-Corruption Strategy Steering Committee that is responsible for overseeing the implementation of the strategy. And that steering committee has got 33 members, including key ministries, civil society organizations, key agencies like police, like prosecuting authority, like Auditor General, Revenue Authority. They all sit on the steering committee. So the steering committee will meet every quarter, and Parliament of Zimbabwe also sits on that steering committee. The steering committee had its inaugural meeting on the 10th of September to adopt its terms of reference and come up with a work program. And then we have 6 subcommittees or monitoring groups. These 6 subcommittees, monitoring groups, report to the steering committee. And the 6 subcommittees, monitoring groups, are co-chaired by ZAC and the relevant partners. So, for example, the subcommittee on citizen empowerment and awareness is co-chaired by the Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission and Transparency International Zimbabwe. The subcommittee on asset recovery is chaired by ZAC, is co-chaired by ZAC and the Ministry of Finance. So that's what we have done to make sure that we bring on board other stakeholders to participate meaningfully, to create space for these other stakeholders to participate in the anti-corruption fight. So my message basically was that the development, in conclusion.
Muito obrigado, nosso orador, mas já esgotou o tempo.
Okay, thank you very much for
Convido
inviting
outro
me to
orador
this
para
presentation.
tomar o pódio. Convido agora outro orador a tomar o pódio, por favor. Tempo é
Mr.
dinheiro.
Kasholo, Mr. Kasholo, would you like us to project the presentation or can you do it from your end?
Yes, please, we can.
Sure.
You can.
Yes, I've shared your presentation, Mr. Kasholo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first of all apologize for coming on board a little bit late. We're still grappling with technology here, was failing us. So I take it that you'll accept my sincere apologies. My presentation, thank you very much, sir. In my presentation, we are looking at the DCE's approach in its collaborative efforts. And then we are going to share our experiences and success in that approach, and also share our challenges in that approach. And lastly, we would share our lessons, suggestions for improvement. So in this topic, presentation mode. Yeah. Okay, yes. Okay. We're looking at the collaborative partners. I've prefaced my presentation in the following areas. I'm looking at state actors, and in there I have the executive, parliament, and the judiciary, and also government ministries and other key players. So looking at the executive, we believe that for an anti-corruption or anti-corruption initiative to thrive in a country, there must be the political will. The executive must set the tone at the top. When we talk about political will, that political will must pass the must. It must pass the the test, in that the executive must be prepared to accept even situations where they are likely to be embarrassed by certain interventions by anti-corruption agencies, where it involves even their key personnel. So the executive must be able to create a conducive environment for corruption initiatives to be implemented unfettered. Coming to Parliament, must adopt enabling legislation or legislative framework for anti-corruption initiatives or measures to be implemented, and also must be able, or Parliament must be strong enough and be able to hold the executive to account by upholding the Constitution and respect for the rule of law. In exercise of its oversight role, Parliament on governance and the function of its oversight oversight institution, Parliament must be able to monitor the operations of those agencies, including anti-corruption agencies. Let's move on. Next slide. With the judiciary must be strong to adjudicate without fear or favor, to give effect to deterrence against corruption. You see, when you look at the function of the anti-corruption agencies, without prosecution and conviction, the deterrence element of the fight against corruption cannot be felt. So if we move on up to securing conviction, but of course from credible evidence, then that would bring about deterrence. But where the judiciary is perceived to be weak or not coming on board, then it doesn't matter how much investigation you have carried out or the quality of investigation that you have carried out, then the fight against corruption would remain a mirage. With regard to government ministries, parastatals, companies, and local authorities, and also law enforcement agencies and oversight institutions, here we are saying that government ministries should deliver with integrity, deliver service with integrity, must ensure and foster compliance to the set standards, so that once the administrative function of the ministries is able to live up to those standards, then it mitigates opportunities for corruption. It must also enforce corporate values and create incentive for integrity. So we believe that integrity is one important element that kills corruption almost instantaneously. On the law enforcement side, they should investigate without fear or favor. They should be able to share information with other stakeholders, and also they should be able to undertake a joint operation with other law enforcement agencies. That is the kind of collaboration that is desirable. Again, looking at the parliament and other bodies, state agencies should contribute quite significantly in the enactment of new legislation and anti-corruption agencies. Ministries, because they've also been given that mandate to look at issues of corruption from the administrative perspective, they should also be able to come up with policies that mitigate the impact of corruption. Of course, ministries and other key stakeholders should be able to report corruption in a safe environment, and they should also be able to give evidence in that same safe environment. Because without quality evidence, then there is no way that we can secure conviction. They should also be able to mobilize stakeholders within their operations, especially in areas of monitoring transactions, in areas of risk management, in areas of risk assessment. They should be able to monitor within their areas of operation. Let's move on. Non-stakeholders. So with non-stakeholders, our collaboration extends to business of all kinds, including associations, civil society organizations, including the general public, advocacy groups and pressure groups, and also international observers, including academic and research institutions, as well as media. Let's move to so how do they assist this non-state? How do they contribute the non-state actors? They expose corruption. They report corruption. They give evidence also, and again, they also mobilize stakeholders. They also share information where we have identified some assets that need to be followed. So we have signed MOUs with those non-state actors. Next. So sharing information on trends of corruption in Botswana. It is also part of the exercise that we are doing as a DCEC, and also sharing intelligence with other organizations. Let's move on. With regard to the development partners, we're looking at international organizations, foreign embassies and missions, advocacy and pressure groups, both international and local, and then international anti-corruption agencies. Let's move on. So, how do they assist these development partners? They contribute by providing technical expertise and capacity building for the DCEC and its employees. Funding for anti-corruption interventions, including employee training and sharing information about emerging corruption trends globally. So that is where we get all this information about governance ratings and the like. And also on the issue of mutual legal assistance during investigation and asset tracing. But how does DCEC itself contribute here? It contributes by sharing information on the trends of corruption in Botswana and also sharing intelligence with other and other necessary information with others. Our experience and success in this collaborative effort, we are able to reach a wider audience with quite a number of stakeholders due to this joint public education programs. We have realized that we have high demand for DCEC services to cover a wider coverage and participation. We have also realized that there is an increased knowledge of corruption and its consequences or effects, including on its preventive measures. There is an increased uptake of corruption prevention initiatives, including implementation of corruption prevention measures. Next. There is also increased international recognition and assistance allowing for effective benchmarking on anti-corruption measures and best practice. There is also, this again, helps again in mitigating the cost because of this joint venture where we have to share the cost. There is also easy sharing of intelligence, including requests or hastened requests for mutual legal assistance. There is also easier and quicker asset identification and tracing process. So that is our experience. Next. However, there are some challenges associated with this collaboration. And this is sometimes due to lack of adherence to the role or role clarity. We have realized that there's been an encroachment into each other's mandate, leading to confusion for members of the public, where they don't seem to know which organization is responsible for what. And there's been gradual loss of interest from other partners, especially where now leadership changes and people are not too sure about those collaborative efforts. Partnership that promote dependency again has got its own problems because it can lead to that dependency syndrome. Authoritative partnership that leaves no room for flexibility. That one imbues a sense of control and a sense of control yes, a sense of control. It imbues a sense of control and supremacy, if I may put it that way. We need to be allowed, I mean, to exercise flexibility, even if we have to partner with others. So, two formal partnership that cannot be evaluated also, again, has got its own challenges that we have experienced. Next. Lessons and suggestions.
O nosso orador só tem 1 minuto para terminar a sua intervenção.
Vous avez 2 minutes, monsieur, pour terminer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Lessons
Alors, les
and suggestions for improvement. Any encroachment into another party's mandate has relationship and must be avoided and timely identified and rectified. Collaboration should be formalized only to extent that makes them easier to evaluate for effectiveness. Simple but effective collaboration can bring the desired results. Collaboration that do not bring results must be terminated. Collaboration should not breed dependency syndrome. In conclusion, it is apparent that collaborative governance against corruption is needed, as is the crucial role of a common direction and collective action in the fight against corruption. Clearly, collective action, which involves multi-stakeholders, is needed in order to create, implement national action plans on corruption, which, when successful, will help create or stimulate a stronger political will in the fight against corruption. However, potential conflicts of interest within the group, as well as the balance of power among stakeholders and other external constraints, are likely to inhibit their effectiveness. But collaboration should continue to be nurtured and
orador
in the fight against corruption.
brilhante apresentação.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dando seguimento à nossa agenda, vou convidar a senhora Uzemu Moraped, da Sociedade Civil, diretora executiva do Centro para a Integridade Pública do Botswana, em representação da Rede Anticorrupção da África Austral, e o senhor Clene Fared, diretor executivo do Conselho das ONGs da SADC. Por favor.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members of Parliament and distinguished guests or distinguished participants. Thank you very much for having the Botswana Center for Public Integrity representing the Southern African Anti-Corruption Network. My presentation will be short, hopefully, so that I say everything within time. So I would just like to start by introducing the network, the Southern African Anti-Corruption Network, which was established in August of 2019. And we established the network as a response to exactly what is in the SADC Protocol against corruption. The SADC Protocol against corruption reaffirms the need to eliminate the scourge of corruption by adopting effective preventative and deterrent mechanisms or measures, and by strictly enforcing legislation against all types of corruption and fostering public support for these initiatives. And we'd like to underline that. We'd like to underline the public support, that as the public, we are trying to complement the efforts of the SADC Protocol and the efforts of our member states in the region in fighting corruption. And this is where the anti-corruption network came about. It has a long history, as it started with the SADC Council of NGOs and as a team of experts, of anti-corruption experts. And it transformed into a regional network. And I hope you can see my screen, in that the vision of the network is really to have a corruption-free and prosperous SADC region. And our mission as a network, as a civil society network, is we exist to promote and advocate for the full implementation of anti-corruption protocols by SADC member states, meaning one of our work, at the core of our work, we will have to track and monitor the SADC protocol and other anti-corruption protocols signed by SADC member states. Our core values are transparency, integrity, and accountability. At the core of fostering public support, we pray and hope that collaboration, sharing, and exchanges are the pillars of that fostering. And that's what we want to help the region in terms of engaging with civil society and the public, that we create spaces for sharing and spaces for collaborating on advocacy initiatives as a region. The SADC Protocol Against Corruption, Article 4 on preventative measures, looks at member states undertaking and adopting measures which will create, maintain, and strengthen mechanisms to encourage participation by the media, civil society, and NGOs in efforts to prevent corruption, and mechanisms for promoting public education and awareness in the fight against corruption. And we take these provisions very, very seriously, and that it also is what at the center of the anti-corruption network, the Southern African Anti-Corruption Network, that we take our work, and what really legitimizes our work and our efforts is what's in the protocol as aspired by the member states. And to do this, which is now, these are opportunities for collaboration. To do this, we have decided to break down silos when it comes to addressing multiple dimensions of corruption and its causes and its remedies. That we came up with the SARCON, in short SARCON website, which also acts as an online resource center where we collate all the reports and information about anti-corruption and about corruption in the SADC region on that platform for civil society and also for the public to engage. We also have social media pages where we share more information, not just about the protocol, but also about SADC, because it is surprising how many people do not know what SADC is, who SADC is, and we want to be a part of that movement that works toward creating that common future that we have enshrined in our treaty. One of the ways that we thought to share and raise awareness in the region as civil society, but also as citizens of SADC, is to come up with our biennial anti-corruption conference, which we have called the Southern African Anti-Corruption Conference, SARCOC, which was supposed to be held in April of 2020, and COVID happened, so we couldn't do it, and we're hoping to still implement this activity in 2021. And the reason really for this was to have all the different people in working in anti-corruption in the region come together, share ideas on advocacy, share best practices, share experiences and tools, but also cultivate shared norms and values. We talk about promoting integrity a lot, but what does that look like, and what should it look like when it comes to fighting corruption? And we're hoping that members of parliament will be a part of this journey. The idea with PF through Rekurasha was to figure out ways of including members of parliament from the beginning when it comes to the anti-corruption conference moving forward. Another way of engaging and collaborating was to look into civic education as a driver for regional integration. We talk about moving towards a common future, but what does that look like? Values are very important when you want to drive people, especially when we talk about corruption. I remember this morning, one of the speakers spoke about the systems that produce ideological underpinnings in our different countries. The question is, what values are we sharing and what values are we promoting when it comes to enabling and empowering citizens to demand accountability, when it comes to having our members of parliament exercise their oversight role? So this is one of, and we propose civic education, that should we have a civic education program that is undertaken in the region, that could be one of the many ways we promote accountability, we promote anti-corruption, and build that value system for people in the region to hold on to and to uphold when it comes to fighting corruption and demanding accountability. And we know that the members of parliament will play a very for civic education, our different governments, and in support of civil society. Now, civil society engagement mechanisms have been spoken about, and they're in all the anti-corruption strategies that we have. They're in our policies. But the question is, why is it so slow to pick up? Why is there so much resistance? It seems that there is so much resistance to just uptake and include civil society or have collaboration with civil society. And Mr. Tamon Gatlo just spoke earlier about how collaborations must also be looked in a particular way because they can affect they have potential of conflict of interest. And that how and maybe that is the main thing, that the reason why maybe governments and members of parliament in some countries have not been able to just take in and work with civil society with so much trust and confidence is that along the lines is always, but why? Whose agenda are you trying to push with this anti-corruption work, advocacy or anti-corruption initiatives? The issue of harmonization of policies that involves civil society and the private sector, we always talk about ensuring multi-stakeholder involvement of civil society and private sector. The question is, whose responsibility is it to ensure that this actually happens? And to what extent can the members of parliament in our respective countries be involved in ensuring that civil society and the private sector are involved, they are included, and they are part of the agenda? They are part of the table that get to craft an agenda when it comes to anti-corruption. When it comes to anti-corruption planning, when it comes to anti-corruption development, policy development, and implementation. We can always talk about we have got to do something. It's high time we move from just thinking tanks and moving on to doing tanks. That is my contribution. I'll wait for your questions.
Through the chair, we can have the next presenter, as the chair said, Glenn.
Thank you, Chair. If you could just make it possible to share screen on
Por
my side.
favor.
Oh, yeah, sure. And share Pusetso. Are you able to share, Glenn?
I'm trying, just give me a second.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson and honorable members, for this opportunity to share with you our thinking and experiences with regards to combating corruption within SADC. Without wasting time, let's start with the good news. SADC was one of the first organizations on the continent to actually develop a purpose-built instrument in the form of the protocol in 2001. The majority of member states have ratified, and in many cases, they have established formal mechanisms to combat corruption at national level. Further, many member states have also included parliaments in the oversight of anti-corruption bodies, and they've provided them with various levels of autonomy, independence, and resources. What is important for us in the good news section is that the link between poor governance, low levels of transparency and accountability, poor levels of service delivery, and the egregious harmful impacts of corruption on citizens and people in countries is more clearly established and understood now than at any other time. Furthermore, some countries have greatly benefited from technical support in combating corruption. And as we heard earlier on, SADC has actually established the Anti-Corruption Subcommittee task team, and it has also developed a plan for the next 5 years. Many countries also have strong independent media who are able to shed light on corruption, and some member states have also gone further and enacted whistleblower protections. That's the good news. The bad news is that the particular history of colonialism in different countries and how they have shaped the nature of the bureaucracies which we have inherited post-independence has significant impacts on our capacity to combat corruption. In many, or some member states at least, also, we are still dealing with the effects of wars. The politics of post-liberation government's attitude to the development of effective administration has a significant bearing and can often contribute to resistance to open government and governance systems. In the modern age of globalization, what drives public sector reform initiatives in some cases has unwittingly produced negative consequences for creating a stable and predictable administration of government. Then I think we've all noted that where there is a negative relationship between media and civil society to the state, and where there are limitations or conflicts over the freedoms of those groups to mobilize against corruption, this has a negative impact on our capacity to combat corruption. I think one of the things that concerns us a lot, and I think it's been alluded to in earlier presentations as well, is where development is understood within this globalized neoliberal framework, which is driven by external forces and enables grand corruption, especially in the mineral sector, in natural resources. So where we have powerful actors who wish to pursue economic interests, and in many instances, they have the resources to influence decision-making in such a way that either hides or prevents transparent and effective anti-corruption mechanisms being put in place. That's the bad. We then have to look at the ugly. It is very unfortunate in the region that in a number of countries, anti-graft and anti-corruption actions have become politicized. To the extent that people believe that one party or another is seeking to gain advantage or discredit its opponents, and this impacts negatively on public confidence in measures and institutions. Where anti-corruption is seen to be selective and politically motivated, it does little also to remove the underlying systemic problems which create the problems of corruption. Further, we have to express our concern about anti-corruption measures when they are used to shut down the media, when they are used to harass civil society organizations, sometimes in quite extreme manners, leading to imprisonment and legal and extrajudicial measures to muzzle anti-corruption information and or organizations. Furthermore, we must highlight that there is a big concern that international conventions and instruments such as those related to anti-money laundering and financing terrorism measures can also be used or misused to target the media and civil society activists, transforming whistleblowing into a terrorist act. Now, this is egregious and is unacceptable, and we need to find a balance moving forward. The last bit on the ugly scorecard is really what we've seen, and I hope that the representative representative of the media will speak to this in more detail. In almost without exception, every single member state, the horrendous corruption which we have witnessed related to COVID-19 resources. So where do we begin to address this problem? Firstly, SADC Council of NGOs believes that we must begin with ourselves. And for that reason, we strongly support civil society accountability and the necessity for there to be a comprehensive framework for independent civil society with appropriate legislation, self-regulation, transparency, and enforcement mechanisms, such as a code of conduct and ethics, annual audits, as well as legal protections and consequences for misconduct. Now, this is important because civil society cannot establish itself as a credible so-called watchdog. And by the way, we don't believe that we are dogs, and we don't believe that we are watching anything. We are active participants in the remaking of society, and we are allies to those who support good governance. So civil society firstly needs to own its own accountability, and it needs to demonstrate that consistently. What we as civil society have called for further is an ecosystem, an architecture, a framework that can guide and protect all of us. Having the same rules and having them enforced independently through a court of justice and human rights is fundamental to ensuring equality before the law. The transformation that you yourselves as the SADC Parliamentary Forum are undergoing to become a regional parliament as the voice of the people is again an essential contribution to building good governance in the region. And then we need to move speedily to revise the SADC Treaty so that we can reconstitute the Secretariat to become a regional authority and empower it to be a resourced and effective policymaking and coordinating body. Lastly, I think within our understanding of what would assist us is the facilitation of the free movement of people in SADC and the African Union, which I know many member states are committed to. Our proposals then are quite simple. We believe that there needs to be a form of a liaison unit and engagement framework between regional civil society organizations who are recognized by the SADC Secretariat and the SADC Parliamentary Forum, so that we begin this process of facilitating contributions to your work, so that through a system of structured linkages between parliamentarians and civil society formations. And here it's technical support, the sort of outreach and public education, research, knowledge production, and participation and advocacy, so that there is a structured way in which we speak to each other, hear from each other, and learn from each other. Secondly, we would encourage very much for the SADC Parliamentary Forum to establish a standing committee on corruption with a specific mandate to develop measurable performance indicators for the harmonized anti-corruption legislation, and to be able to engage specialists and other stakeholders in monitoring how effective measures are. And within the context of SADC, we call on SADC Secretariat to work with us to establish a specialist protocol tracking process as part of the early warning system, so that we can compile and monitor events. 1 second and I'll be done. It's the last slide, Madam Chair, if you don't mind. Muito obrigado. And lastly, we would like to see the ministerial committee or the SAC task team to really become a proper ministerial committee, so that it can oversee between member states the implementation of the protocol with regards to harmonized legislation and mechanisms for cross-border cooperation in investigating and prosecuting cases of corruption which happen at a SADC-wide level. Madam Chair, thank you for your generous allowance of time, and to the members of the PF, we wish you well in your work and your deliberations. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado pela capacidade de síntese. Dando prosseguimento à nossa agenda, distintos membros e parceiros, teremos agora os nossos últimos apresentadores, que são o Marken, editor do Maverick Síntese, uma secção do jornal, e partilharão uma perspectiva dos mídias. Juiz Wangeli Dingane, antigo juiz do Supremo Tribunal e Tribunal do Trabalho do Botsuana, juizado em especial civil para a Serra Leoa e os Tribunais Supremos e Nacional da Papua Nova Guiné, partilhando a perspectiva jurídica, e Santali Nyamaindi, o diretor executivo da Ordem dos Advogados da SADC, partilhando a perspectiva dos advogados. Por favor, o primeiro orador poderá tomar o pódio.
Cisco. I doubt that they would have had the past that you
Is that my turn?
Somewhat. Through the chair, may I request Glenn to pull down the screen, stop sharing, and then so that Mark can be able to share his screen.
Hello.
Hello, Mark, we can hear you.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is it Mark or me?
This is Mark Haywood. Hello, can you hear me?
It's Mark. It's Mark. Justice. Justice, you come after Mark.
Are you sure?
Sure.
Okay.
Good afternoon, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Is it okay if I start?
Sure, sure. The chair has given you the floor, Mark.
Okay, thank you. Thank you and good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to make a brief input to this important meeting of the Parliamentary Forum. If I could just say by way of introduction that my name is Mark Haywood. I'm the editor of an online news platform in South Africa called Maverick Citizen, which is itself part of the Daily Maverick, which reports on South and Southern Africa and has played, I think, a leading role over the last few years in exposing and reporting on corruption in the government in South Africa, and continues to do this work. I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have already said and talk about the scale or the background to corruption in South and Southern Africa. I just really want to emphasize 2 points. Firstly is that corruption is not a victimless crime, that corruption is a cause of deepening inequality, that corruption is a human rights violation, but also that corruption is impeding every one of our countries from the objective of meeting the sustainable development goals. Put another way, if you and we together were successful in combating corruption, it would be possible to create much more equitable, equal, and fairer societies. And I think that that is a worthy objection for all of us. The second point I'll just say very briefly is to ask who benefits from corruption and what the scale of corruption is. And just to remind us that we're not talking in this discussion about small change. We're not talking about rands and cents or any other currency. We are talking about literally billions, possibly trillions of dollars lost to Southern Africa annually, monies which could make a huge difference in our struggles for better societies. So let me get to the core of my presentation. The first thing I want to say is just a few words about your role as parliamentarians, and from there I will talk about the role of media and the role of civil society. I want to say that Parliament and all political parties have a crucial role to play in providing leadership, in providing developing legislation, in monitoring and accountability. But I also want to stress, and this is something we have learned in South Africa, that MPs should see their primary responsibility as not first and foremost to your political party once you become a member of parliament, but to the constitution of the country which you swear an oath to at the point that you agree to be a member of parliament. And frankly, whether your primary responsibility when it comes to corruption is to your party or to your parliament will dictate very different courses of action when it comes to combating corruption, something that we have seen in South Africa, where the ruling party for many years, and in many respects continues to do this, rallied around the president and party at the cost of the basic fundamental rights that all people in our country have by virtue of our constitution. And the point I would make linked to that, and it has been made by my comrades from civil society and earlier speakers, is that the battle against corruption cannot be won by Parliament alone. We need a social compact against corruption, a meaningful social compact against corruption, not lip service social compact. And I have to say that in that respect, journalists and the media are a key stakeholder in that compact. I think one of the questions that we would have to perhaps debate later this afternoon is, how do you make a compact with a stakeholder like the media, but at the same time not in any way intrude upon the independence of the media and the independence of journalists? But I'll leave that as a question hanging in the air for the time being. Now, my comrades Glenn and Pusetso have spoken about civil society. I just really want to repeat very briefly here that civil society, and often I see media as an outgrowth of civil society, and certainly the paper that I edit, Maverick Citizen, makes a point of reporting on civil society and on social justice. But civil society has an advantage that members of parliament often don't have, which is that it has close proximity to communities. It is a protector of resources. It is able to change the culture around corruption through education. And it is able frequently to work in partnership with government. And we've heard this afternoon about national anti-corruption strategies in Zimbabwe, in Botswana, and in other countries. I think the question, though, that I would pose to you is that we have these strategies on paper, we have these strategies in policy and in law. If that is the case, why is it that corruption is on the increase in each of our countries rather than on the decrease? And coming to the specific role of the media that I was asked to talk about, again, I want to pick up where my colleague Glenn left off a few minutes ago by stating frankly at the outset, in the context of this discussion, that the media is under attack throughout the countries of SADC. And at the moment, the reason why the media is under attack is in no small part because of its role in investigating and exposing corruption. The media was under attack before COVID-19, but given the orgy of corruption that has accompanied COVID-19, I think in all of our countries, if colleagues can point out a country that that goes against this rule, I think it would be important for our discussion. But corruption has increased, and consequently so has attacks on media and on the journalists. And I think it's important, given that the media's responsibility is to speak truth to power, to say that in particular, journalists have been attacked in Zimbabwe, Zambia, Tanzania, South Africa, and this weekend, journalists were arrested in Angola on their way to report on a protest that was taking place as a result of corruption. And these attacks are increasing, and they are shrinking the space in which the media is able to operate and play a role in national anti-corruption strategies. So the question we have to ask is, what is it that we are going to do about that? I'm coming almost to the end of my presentation, Chairperson. So I want to finish just by talking or drawing your attention to the positive role that the media can play. The media obviously plays a vital role in investigating and publicizing corruption. The example that we would give you in South Africa was the publication of what became known as the Gupta leaks. I was personally involved in that as the person who received, before they were made public, those leaks. And those leaks have really changed the direction of South Africa when it comes to its strategy to try to tackle corruption. But it's not just about the role of the media in investigating and publicizing. I think the media also plays an important role in evaluating and assessing claims of corruption. And in this respect, it assists our criminal justice system, because our criminal justice system and our prosecutorial authorities are often deeply overwhelmed and undercapacitated. And therefore, the preliminary investigative work that the media often does is crucial in distinguishing between rumor and myth and fact and evidence. Again, I could cite as an example that when I was first handed the 400,000 emails that formed part of the Gupta leaks, before those emails were made public, 3 or 4 months was spent by a team of investigative journalists in South Africa doing a forensic examination of those emails to understand their content, to understand their veracity, and so on, before they were made available to the public. So I think there's an important positive role in that respect. And finally, I would also draw your attention to the role of the media in educating and empowering communities about the legal framework around corruption. I think one of our problems is that we talk about community involvement, but communities are usually the people who are left behind in the actual struggles against corruption. The role of the media in ensuring accountability, the role of the media in monitoring and supporting the prosecuting authorities. Again, drawing an example from South Africa, last week we saw arrests of people whose corruption was committed in 2009, 2010. But the media played a role in keeping that corruption current and keeping it alive. So the media provides us with a memory that doesn't forget and that doesn't have reasons or incentives to forget. And then the final issue I would draw your attention to at this point is the role of the media in helping us to understand what are the social and economic consequences of corruption, i.e. that is getting us away from this notion that somehow corruption is a victimless crime. The victims of corruption are the poor and marginalized and disadvantaged of our countries, because it is theft of public resources from them, usually to the elite, that is at the heart of corruption. And so I want to finish my presentation just by talking about what I would call the quid pro quo. And this is particularly important to the SADC Parliamentary Forum on democratization, governance, and human rights, to make the connection and to say that tackling corruption requires the fulfillment and the protection of civil and political rights by Parliament and by members of Parliament of every political party. The quid pro quo for the media being an effective partner in anti-corruption strategies is the protection of freedom of expression, protection of access to information, the protection of rights to freedom of assembly and association, as well as ensuring that we have accountable and efficient institutions of states. So I throw the ball back into your court, if you like, and say that there is a responsibility on Parliament to protect a free and independent media, not to be sucked into conspiracy theories that the media is representing imperialist powers or whatever it is that is used often to distract from the role of the media, and to protect individual journalists like those who are currently arrested in Angola, as well as people like Hopewell Chinono, who was arrested not so long ago in Zimbabwe. Journalism is under threat. It's not only under threat from the state, it is also under threat from commercial pressures. We need to focus on those commercial pressures, not having
Nosso
to be
orador ficou apenas com 1 minuto para terminar a sua dissertação.
I need only 10 seconds. And so my concluding question is, how can Parliament support the media, and by doing so, support the fight against corruption? And I will finish there, and thank you very much for your time and attention, and wish you every success in this crucial struggle for human rights of people in our region. Thank you very, very much.
Muito obrigada. Senhor, a seguir.
Judge Dingake, it's your turn.
Is that my turn?
Yes, sir.
If it pleases you, it may be appropriate to start with an apology that unlike some of my colleagues, I don't have a slide to share with you. So if you accept my apology, as I hope you will, I'll then proceed. I must thank you, Chair, for the opportunity today to be here at this virtual meeting with my colleagues to discuss what is plainly a very important topic concerning our sub-region and indeed our continent. My name is Oahile Ki Dingake. I'm a sitting judge of the Supreme and National Courts of Papua New Guinea in the Pacific. I also am a sitting judge of the Court of Appeal in Seychelles. And this is a great opportunity to be here today. I know many of you who are participating in this particular session. Many of you I can vouch to their sincerity and commitment to the rule of law and fighting for social justice, as I worked with them for quite a long time. It is particularly important for me that there are members of the legislature and members of the anti-corruption bodies and members of civil society together trying to deal with this particular question. The social costs of corruption are incalculable and incontestable. It is on account of the seriousness of corruption that we need to speak frankly and clearly about this particular issue. My brother and friend, Patolo, eloquently spoke of the key roles of the state actors. He was referring to the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. And he was right to emphasize the need for political will on behalf of the political branches of the state, and also correct to emphasize the importance of a judiciary that decides without fear of favor. But permit me if I say that, in my mind, the role of the political branches of the state is particularly more important. The question that we must always ask, with all honesty and frankness, is this: is our national political leadership leading the war against corruption credible? Are they credible? Do they have the moral standing to win the confidence of our people to defeat corruption? Are the people currently running the anti-corruption bodies independent and credible in the eyes of our people to do the job they're supposed to do? And if the question to these questions that I pose, and I do so with all respect, if the answer is in the negative, then unfortunately, Chair, we cannot win the war against corruption. The unspoken tragedy in Africa that keeps corruption alive is that the proceeds of crime are now the raw materials for election campaigns and election buying, with the result, Chair, that governments are being bought in advance. And if they are bought in advance, then there could be no possibility that those that are, as my brother Mohoeng recently said, captured in advance, can then advance the interests of the people. It is therefore important, Chair, and my other colleagues coming from the anti-corruption bodies, my brother Katol and others, that we should increasingly also pay attention to campaign financing as a coded pipe for corruption that captures our governments in advance. Empirical evidence across the globe suggests that political leadership and the interests they serve, economic, social, military, and financial, are some of the root causes of corruption, and greed is also counted among them. So I assert, Chair, that fundamentally the fight against corruption is primarily a political project, and that we should not fear to characterize it as such. So that our leadership need to be credible, they must walk the talk and live the promise. Our region's worsening corruption situation could only be solved by a total paradigm shift, a total new generation of politicians, a total new generation of those who head anti-corruption bodies, a total generation of jurists and judges who preside in our courts, who will be committed in word and in deed to uproot it on account of their credibility and integrity.
Through the chair, Honorable Dingake, just a moment. It looks like some members are not able to hear you. May I request that you, Ronald, assist us on how you could rectify this? Ronald, are you ready? On your interpretation option on the menu bar, the Honorable Justice Dingake, select English.
Is that okay?
Yes. Honorable Ndiweni, can you hear Justice Dingake now?
Yes, finally.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
What does that mean, Chair? Should I start?
You may proceed from where you were. We'll find a way of...
For the continuation.
Yeah, you can proceed.
You may proceed. Okay. We are recording, so we'll be able to fill up.
I'm very sorry for that. So I was essentially summarizing the issue that at a fundamental level, as I see it, the fight against corruption is fundamentally a political project that requires a total mind shift, a paradigm shift. A new generation of politicians must be born, totally committed to the values of social justice, the rule of law, and democracy. A totally new breed of leaders who lead anti-corruption bodies that are committed to truly fighting corruption. A totally new breed of jurists and judges presiding over our courts. That was by way of summary. But my brief is to focus on the judiciary's role in fighting corruption. And again, in order to contextualize this particular focus, I argue that the extent to which the judiciary could effectively fight corruption is a function of the state of democracy in any given country. I theorize that the countries with a democratic deficit invariably suffer the misfortune of captured and ineffective corruption fighting institutions. It is in countries with democratic deficit that the voices of civil society against corruption, the voices of students, the voices of journalists, the voices of other change agents are violently suppressed. The civil space is closed. I also argue that within the justice sector, the necessary precondition to succeed in ensuring successful convictions to those who are charged with corruption requires a close working relationship between the investigating bodies, the police, the prosecutorial bodies, and the judiciary. And as for the judiciary, the building blocks of a judiciary that can effectively fight corruption starts with the manner of appointment of judges, as I shall demonstrate in due course. In other words, I contend that a selection process that is not merit-based tends to cast a dark shadow on the judiciary and undermine its ability to fight corruption, because it invariably leads to lack of independence, it invariably leads to lack of credibility, it invariably leads to lack of integrity. We all know that the role of the judiciary is to enforce the law and hold public officials accountable. However, the lack of judicial independence from the executive is one of the root causes of judiciary's inability to fight corruption. We have often read countries in which, in some jurisdictions, the Chief Justices often readily impanel or constitute a bench that is suitable. Justices that are suitable are assembled to preside over a politically explosive case involving corruption. And that suitable bench is supposed to then deliver a verdict consistent with the interests of the preferences of political leadership that happen to be in power in a particular country. This is a heavy indictment on the independence of the judiciary. A captured judiciary that is not independent, that is not impartial, cannot effectively fight corruption. The findings of the 2016 Africa Integrity Indicators report, produced by Global Integrity, an organization that promotes transparency and accountability around the world, showed that judicial independence is not guaranteed in about half of 54 African countries. The Global Integrity data is also used to compile the annual Ibrahim Index of African Governance, a project of the Mo Ibrahim Foundation that collects data for every African country and ranks them according to how well they adhere to the principles of good governance. A global integrity study has sought to look into the appointment process of judges in many countries, including in Southern Africa, and how that may have a bearing on their decisions and whether those decisions could bear objective scrutiny. The study also looked at whether there are influences over the judiciary from other branches of government. The results are on the main unsatisfactory. The study found that the manner in which judges and other players in the law enforcement sector are appointed does not promote independence. It concluded that the likelihood of judges, magistrates, and prosecutors whose appointment is not based on merit but political considerations promotes a fertile ground for corruption, and it makes it very unlikely that the judiciary can effectively fight corruption. Appointments sanctioned by the president of a country tend to be determined by political loyalty rather than merit. We know of certain countries in Africa where the Judicial Service Commission, the body that is charged with appointing judges, are chaired by the president, and the influence of the president in the selection process is overbearing. And we also know that in many of our countries, the executive influence in the appointment of judges is so strong that we cannot hope to achieve an independent judiciary that can effectively fight corruption. Chair, if you need more details on this, I've recently published an academic journal in the Law Journal of South Illinois University in the US, comparing many countries in the SADC region. And if any of your participants need it, I can forward the link to you because we don't have time for me to traverse in detail those considerations. So it is very important that the judiciary needs to be important. It needs to be independent. Many of our countries have mixed success when it comes to an independent judiciary that can effectively fight corruption. Recently, there was a big corruption case in South Africa around the Nkandla, where the Constitutional Court acquitted itself with distinction and was correctly praised for their independence, and in quite clearly holding in that case that the president had failed to uphold, defend, and respect the Constitution as the supreme law of the land. And there are not many judiciaries that are able to rise to this particular level on a number of grounds. So we need to emphasize, all of us here, including civil society.
Ficou com um minuto para terminar a sua intervenção.
So at the end of the day, I think you understand that the basic premise of my departure is an independent judiciary in word and in deed. And of course, we need enabling legislation. We need legislation that is clear in criminalizing corrupt activities, that enhance transparency in public procurement, require public officials to regularly declare assets, identify and prevent conflict of interest, protect whistleblowers, enable tracing and seizure, freezing and forfeiture of all illicit earnings from corruption, improve access to information, define the basic principles of decision-making, promoting transparency, fairness, and legality in decision-making. My experience, lastly, is this, and it's not only my experience and other judicial colleagues I've spoken to over many years, is that the problem with successful prosecution of corruption cases has to do with the quality of investigations and the quality of prosecution. Usually, the quality of investigations is poor, resulting in the quality of the evidence being presented to court being extremely poor. If you have that scenario, it is unlikely that a court will convict. In some situations, the judges are forced even to say to the prosecution, why didn't you bring A, B, C, who appears to know more about what happened to the court? And unfortunately, if we do that, when that was not initially the plan of the prosecution, the court then risks being viewed as a prosecution. In conclusion, I want to say to all of us that we need to truly commit to the fight against corruption. We must take it as personal and must ask the difficult question, are we doing our best? Do we have everything we need to have to earn the confidence of our people in fighting corruption. If we don't have, it is going to be a long way to go. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, nosso orador.
Thank you
Convido
very
o
much.
último orador,
I'm done.
o diretor executivo da Ordem dos Advogados da SADC, partilhando a perspectiva dos advogados. Uma palavra, muito obrigado.
Henley, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Kurasha. Just to reiterate our congratulations as the SADC Lawyers Association to the Madam Chair coming in, as well as the vice of the DGHR committee. And we would also like to reiterate the congratulations to the election of President-elect Honorable Ram Kalawan, who is a product of this committee, and we have all seen him working here. But being the last speaker and obviously starting when we are a bit out of time, I'm going to try and be a little bit quick in my presentation. I hope you can see it. Yes. So the issue here is that we have noted as the legal profession, and I tend to concur, as the last speaker, you get only to concur, reaffirm, and obviously agree with the rest of the speakers. The main issue is to agree that corruption is a scourge and that there's much of a challenge. I agree with the judge who said that the independence of the judiciary is one of the key issues, and this is one of the major stakeholders of the legal profession in fighting corruption. Through going to public interest litigation, supporting independence of the judiciary. Not only issues of appointment of the judiciary are critical to preventing corruption, but we have also noted in the long run that the tenure of the judges, the security of their tenure, the time comes when they have to be removed from the bench. Appointment and removal processes need to be objective. So quickly also to underscore the fact that corruption is a human rights violation. It undermines representative democracy. As a result, frustrates transparency and accountability and tends to create the cycle of resortment to corruption on an implicit and on a collusive scale, which makes corruption very hard to detect in our experience and when we try to do asset tracing and recovery. In outlining the legal response, let me just point out that obviously the colleague from SADC pointed out the regional instruments. I just looked there at the United Nations Convention Against Corruption to underscore that it has got some critical components which we at the regional level can look to implementing, to following up with, but also recreating at a regional level. There's an implementation review group on corruption, a working group on asset recovery, an international anti-corruption academy. You will see there the issue of a judicial integrity group and tools and resources for anti-corruption knowledge. I know Glenn talked to the idea of making sure that there is research so that there is evidence that is generated in order to follow up on issues of corruption. There is also the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. This simply recognizes that corruption is an integral component of organized transnational crime. In Africa, we have the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption. It has got preventive measures, it criminalizes corruption, it has got aspects of facilitating international cooperation, and there is also attendant to this and other ancillary instruments and structures, the Advisory Board on Corruption, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, which has got very progressive provisions on preventing corruption, the African Charter on the Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration. Earlier on, we had speakers talking to the issue of bureaucracy, the issue of practical and administrative bottlenecks to achieving ends of justice, which result in corruption. The new Partnership for Africa's Development is one of the key issues, key structures, as well as the African Peer Review Mechanism. The African Court on Human and People's Rights is critical. Here in SADC, unfortunately, we've got the SADC Protocol against corruption, which has already been talked about. I won't repeat much about it. There's also the Protocol on Mutual Legal Assistance in Legal Matters to make sure that matters of extradition, exchange of information, and crossing of borders when asset tracing and follow-up of corruption is facilitated. Here in SADC, there was also the SADC Tribunal. I think Glenn referred or indicated that there is need for an apex regional tribunal. And as the legal profession, we feel very strongly that this is a mechanism in a situation where the gap between the poor and the rich and inequalities are wide. We need an increase rather than a decrease in the platforms of accountability. And this is why we are very happy that there is a very strong and entrenched process which is trying to promote or result in the SADC Parliamentary Forum actually becoming a regional parliament with oversight and capacity to actually legislate or shall I say, bring into being model laws on key collaborative issues that are mutually advised and identified with the organ, the SADC parliamentary arm itself, and the whole cast of non-state actors, which includes civic society. My only plea to Parliament is that when you make it to be one of the three institutions that are responsible for the architecture of governance, because we need an executive, which is the organ, we've got the Parliament, which you are, and then we will need definitely a judiciary to interpret all this raft of judicial and shall I say, model laws that the SADC Parliamentary Forum will be working on, as well as the policies that are progressive that you are working on. So we need to balance the regional architecture of governance in SADC. As I conclude, this is my second last slide, Madam Chair. I'm aware that I'm the last speaker, so time is not my luxury. The collaborative approaches speak to the participation in parliamentary committees inquiry by the legal bar associations. They do attend and give evidence whenever they are required. This is one of our key entry points into collaborating with parliaments. Advocacy for effective regional and national justice mechanisms. I think we've all spoken to strong institutions, and in order to support the independence of the judiciary, may I say the legal profession at a regional level under the SADC Lawyers Association has established what is called a regional solidarity fund for independence of the judiciary and the legal profession. This is obviously in response to the fact that there have been serious and consistent attacks on members of the judiciary. Judge Dingake pointed out to issues of appointment where we've seen some governments in this region trying to amend progressive provisions on objective appointment of judges to concentrate power to do this in the president. We feel that this is not the right way to go. And certainly we have seen some heads of judiciaries like themselves subjecting their subordinates to oversight and scrutiny that is not necessary for objective and progressive delivery of judgments, such as saying that before you deliver your judgment, you should pass it on to the Chief Justice so that he can read your judgment. We think that this kind of internal capitulation itself within the judiciary must be resisted, must be provided with progressive alternative forms of advocacy and expression so that we can be able to maintain the independence of the judiciary as an important pillar for rule of law, governance, and democracy. Obviously, there is need to collaborate with the Open Government Initiative. Someone has spoken to the issues of beneficial ownership disclosure so that there is widespread knowledge about where the resources of the country are being allocated, not just being allocated, but are they being used correctly in the right places in the designated amounts. The issue of law reform and realignment is key because this is what the legal profession is there as an expert partner to do. I'm mentioning somewhere down there that we are happy and we have been privileged to partner the SADC Parliamentary Forum in coming up with model laws that have been critical in changing the landscape for democracy and accountability in the SADC region, inclusive of the SADC model law on elections, the guidelines. There is undergoing now the SADC model law on GBV, and we salute the SADC Parliamentary Forum for taking a strong initiative and putting their strong foot forward in providing leadership in regional policy making. The conduct of public hearings is important, joint commissions of inquiry. And when I speak of commissions of inquiry, I'm not talking only by the parliament itself, but in partnership with civilian actors, with non-state actors, with civic society, or even allowing civic society to conduct commissions of inquiry so that they bring reports with high probate value as evidence to parliamentary portfolio committees. And also the issue of research I have spoken to. Citizen participation is very important, and as the legal profession, how do we encourage citizen participation? We've got what we call the Pro Bono Network, which is giving free legal advice. It's giving free training to communities so that they know their rights and they're able, at an extent, to demand accountability and to assert, transparency from their representation and from the public sector. And obviously, the issue of supporting paralegals is very important as the legal profession. I think you all know that there is what is called reserved work for lawyers. And there is a contest between what paralegals can do and paralegals can't do. But what we know for sure is that the grandmother who is in the rural area is not able to hire a lawyer. And if she's having a succession issue, if she's having a human rights violation, it needs for a community-based solution to be found. And paralegals seem to be the way to go because these people cannot afford a lawyer in any case. And having paralegal assistance would go a long way in increasing access to justice and therefore accountability. My last slide is speaking more to solutions that were brought up in partnership with the SADC Parliamentary Forum, I think in a conference that was held in Kadoma. Those who were there amongst you will remember that the issue of political party financing was very topical. And one of the key recommendations was that we need a political party finance ombudsperson or institute. There is also need for peer review and shadow reporting on implementation of anti-corruption legislation. It's all fine and good to have the beautiful policies, but we have to reduce sufficiently the gap between policy and implementation. I've spoken to the model laws. Then the last aspect of my presentation is inward looking, where the legal profession itself can become an obstacle if we are not careful to anti-corruption initiatives. So for instance, lawyer-client privilege and financial disclosure requirements are a balancing act. We are a client-centered public calling, and our duty is to protect our clients. But at the same time, financial intelligence authorities need information. So how do we share? When do we share? What kind of verifications do members of the legal profession do when they're engaging their clients? What kind of verification do they do? And then there's also the need for a multi-stakeholder regional criminal justice task force. I think this is something that Glenn referred to, just a regional facility where all stakeholders can come and we can have a situation room where it is very, 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 very fluid, and information exchange, best practice exchange can be done at the click of a button or the click of a finger. As the legal profession, obviously, we engage in public interest litigation on behalf of communities through class actions. There are many instances where working with civic society, information from journalists, cases have been brought to judges, and even judges themselves cannot just wake up and interpret the law or apply it on situations that save people. It needs for well-educated, well-meaning and passionate human rights defenders who are lawyers to then put aside time to take these cases and research very well so that the judiciary can be empowered to play its role, the parliament can be empowered to play its role. At an international level, we have what is called the IBA Anti-Corruption Committee. As lawyers also, the issue of self-regulation as professions is evolving. must lawyers continue to regulate themselves exclusively? Or is it now necessary to have boards that regulate lawyers that have also got someone from the accounting field, someone from the judicial field, someone from the executive, so that there is a balanced view in determining what lawyers are actually doing in self-regulating themselves? The imagery that is used, or the metaphor that is used, is that a bulldog cannot be asked to preside over, the case of another bulldog, because obviously we know the results. But this is a debate for another day. I'm just flagging it as one of the issues internally that we as lawyers feel is evolving in the fight against corruption. There's what is called the Pan-African Lawyers Union. There's a code of ethics. And as bar associations, I know that our institutional members also have codes of ethics. And I know that the judiciary also has the same. So these are the key issues and collaborative perspectives that we as the legal profession are facing. And we are grateful
Resta
that,
minuto.
as you can see, the slide says, thank you, this is my last. I'm giving back the time to you, Madam Chair.
Muito obrigado aos nossos oradores por estas apresentações informativas. Vou agora dar espaço para o debate.
There's Angola, Honorable Diakite, is raising a hand.
Pode usar a palavra a senhora deputada.
Muito obrigada, senhora presidente. De facto, estou bastante satisfeita com o nosso dia em geral, para as distintas agora estão-me a referir às apresentações feitas esta tarde. E de facto, saltou-me à vista particularmente o facto de nós estamos a falar sobre a criação de condições, sobre regras. Me parece-me que precisamos de alguns casos reais e práticos. Estamos a falar, por exemplo, do protocolo do SADC, que já existe, portanto, desde 2001. De facto, o senhor Glenn Ferret referia-se, portanto, a boas notícias e dizendo que, pronto, o protocolo foi a primeira convenção sobre corrupção em África. Em termos de sumo, vamos dizer assim, de resultados palpáveis no geral, nós não temos casos concretos específicos, e eu gostaria de alguma forma ouvir os panelistas sobre essa questão. Sim, senhora, criamos condições, criamos as instituições. No caso do Zimbábue, há referência de que há um comitê sobre a recuperação de ativos. O que é que esse comitê faz em concreto? O que é que, pronto, como base, não é, ou tentativa de identificação de casos concretos de de corrupção, casos concretos de corrupção ou localização vamos dizer, de ativos do país localizados. Gostaria, de uma forma geral, de sairmos de questões teóricas para questões também práticas, por exemplo, que nos ajudem a beber um pouco mais uns das experiências dos outros. Agora, o senhor orador, o Glenn, quando se refere, portanto, ele referiu-se a vários aspectos, boas notícias, más notícias, notícias. E referi a Angola. Eu não percebi exatamente o que é que ele quer dizer nesta questão de veias, poder fazer essa tradução assim. Então, eu gostaria de algum esclarecimento, porque Angola, não sei a que momento específico da história de Angola, em termos de luta contra a corrupção, é que ele se refere. Eu gostaria que ele fosse mais específico nisso, para eu adequadamente. O senhor Mark Wood referiu-se à prisão de jornalistas em Angola no fim de semana, segundo foram jornalistas no fim de semana em Angola por denúncias de corrupção e falta de transparência. Eu quero dizer que, eventualmente, tem alguém que representa os mídias, é natural que tenha manifeste a sua solidariedade em termos, portanto, da classe dos. Não é verdade esta referência. Não houve prisões por causa desta questão específica de denúncias contra a corrupção. Como eu disse, Angola fez da luta contra a corrupção e a impunidade um dos pilares fundamentais desta governação, não é? E não faz sentido absolutamente nenhum o que acabou de ser dito sobre a matéria. Agora, houve, sim, senhor, decisões por desmaio em função do desrespeito das medidas restritivas agora relativamente ao combate à Covid. Portanto, eu quero aqui sublinhar esse aspecto, a menos que tenha mais elementos. Efetivamente, e eu agradeço. Obrigado, presidente.
Haverá mais colegas que querem participar do debate? Observações finais.
Os oradores para explicar, para esclarecer as questões levantadas.
Não havendo outros colegas que querem participar do debate, solicito agora os oradores para esclarecerem algumas questões levantadas e considerações.
Cisco, you hardly said anything in the translation. We didn't hear what the Honorable Jay said. Hi, Eddie. Yeah. Okay. So what did the chairperson say? We didn't hear that.
Eu dizia, não havendo outros colegas que querem participar do debate, convido aos oradores para responderem algumas questões levantadas, algumas considerações que quiserem fazer.
Could I? This is Mark Haywood. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mark.
May I say a word very quickly?
The chair has given floor to the presenters to make comments or respond.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank you. What I heard the honourable member from Angola raising some questions or possibly another version of what had happened to the journalists in her country. I wasn't able to hear clearly what her response was, but I would be very happy to share with the Parliamentary Forum members a proper report on those arrests, and I would also offer you a full report on other instances where journalists have been intimidated or detained over the previous period in relation to stories to do with corruption. And I make that offer as part of our collaboration and working together in these anti-corruption strategies. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Madam Chair, in a similar vein, I think we'd also be happy to share with members of the Parliamentary Forum a study we undertook on the implementation of the Anti-Corruption Protocol, just briefly with specific regards to Angola's inclusion in that list of politicization. I think we don't want to necessarily go into that now, but we recognize the significant efforts made over the last few years to address corruption. The point being made in the slide very briefly is how that is can easily become perceived or become party to internal fights within a governing party or between political parties. And I think we can share further on that as well.
The other presenters, Justice Dingake, Madame Pusetso, Mr. Kasholo, Commissioner Makamre, and Mr. Nyamanindi. If you may have any comments or responses, please go ahead and do so. The chair has given the floor.
This is Pusetso. I actually couldn't hear anything. But there was one thing that maybe I can just add before end of the meeting, that something to consider and that our honorable members need to consider is that one of the biggest mechanism or biggest machinery in oversight, or an effective oversight machinery that we can have is an informed, ethical, accountable citizenry. Because when they uphold these ideals, these principles, becomes easier then to demand these from their leaders. So the biggest oversight machinery that we have is the people. So investing in how to invigorate this machinery that we have, and empowering them and giving them the knowledge and the tools for social accountability, for public accountability, will go a long way in helping fight corruption and helping parliaments play their oversight role and fight corruption in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I also didn't hear much, but let me respond to a point that was raised by, it must be Mark, one of the presenters, about we have all these national anti-corruption strategies, but why is that corruption is on the rise? Why is that we are not winning the war against corruption? I can only respond by saying, first and foremost, we need a strategy. But that strategy must be inclusive. there must be full ownership of the strategy. So it's how you develop that strategy that is very critical. To what extent did you consult all the relevant stakeholders? Do they feel that they own the strategy?
Yeah,
so sometimes these strategies don't work because there is no ownership. So what I would urge, countries that try to come up with national corruption strategies to make sure that there is full ownership, that the development of that strategy is through a meaningful consultative process. Then the implementation of the strategy again must be participatory. The stakeholders must be given space to enforce implementation. So this is why I said, like in Zimbabwe, what we have done is that the various monitoring groups are co-chaired with other stakeholders to just make sure that you give them the space. So it's the development and implementation of a strategy that is critical. How inclusive is that? Do stakeholders feel that they fully own that strategy? Thank you, Chair.
Justice Tingake, do you have any comments? You are muted, sir. Justice Tingake, you are muted.
I have a comment.
Yeah, I was saying, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
No?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Now, I was saying that I could hardly hear it. It really have been summarized. I think the issues of investing in a democratic dispensation is key, because when it comes of such institutions as Parliament, Parliament into the judiciary is relation of dispensation. Mark also spoke about the closure civic space, which also speaks to violation of human rights. We need some of these issues. We really need a transformative mindset in order to win, to ensure they are credible. Because if they're not credible, our people will simply disengage and laugh at that we are so critical in trying to do this when we are not committed to them deeds. And Bushes, I think, was right emphasizing that ultimately belongs to the people. But that's a slogan, because are so disengaged from the democratic dispensation on a number of reasons, survival reasons, that a vigilant, informed, and active civil society, what we have, and to grow what we have. Enough democratic project, although promising, it's a matter of some concern to many of us.
Okay.
I'm done. Thank you.
Yes, please.
I'm done, Chair.
Yes, through the chair, there is also Mr. Kahlolo. The chair has given an opportunity for the presenters to respond. If you have anything to raise, you may proceed and do so.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a comment on the comment that, or observation that was made by Justice Dinake. Now that we are talking to, or we are in a political forum, he made a point that the fight against corruption is a political project. I couldn't agree with him more, given the fact that, you see, if you want to create a conducive environment for anti-corruption agencies to operate, political will cannot just be taken for granted. I think that point is very, very critical and fundamental to us who are involved in investigation and subsequently prosecuting corruption. That is the point that I wanted to make. And also thank him and then tell him that I'm back on the hot seat. Thank you very much.
Chair, over to you. It looks like the presenters have all made their interventions.
Com este debate, chegamos ao fim da nossa segunda sessão. Convido agora o secretário da Comissão para apresentar o resumo das recomendações das duas sessões que farão parte do resumo de políticas sobre uma abordagem colaborativa para o combate à corrupção e reforço na prestação de contas na região da SADC. Senhor secretário, tenha bondade.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As I take the floor, I wish to highlight that we would prefer, given the plethora of recommendations that came through and very diverse from different actors, I prefer that we, through the guidance of the chair, that we proceed as the Secretariat to do the summary and proceed by way of circulation within the next week, so that we are able to capture all the recommendations within the appropriate context. If that is agreed, Chair, I may defer the presentation of the draft recommendations. I stand guided, Chair. Interpreter, is the chairperson getting my message? Eddie? Could you please, but did you hear me speak? Okay, could you, sure.
Ilustres deputados, caros colegas, chegamos ao fim da nossa reunião. Permitam-me agradecer a todos pela vossa presença. Não havendo mais assuntos por tratar, a reunião fica suspensa até o próximo ano. Muito obrigada. Thank you.
Yes, I did. So, honorable members and our partners, the meeting stands adjourned. We will be in touch with the partners and cooperating partners with regards to finalization of the recommendations, but more importantly, in terms of the technical working group, the work we are going to be doing to support the implementation of the SADC Protocol against corruption. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, agradeço a oportunidade que me é dada para tecer algumas questões nesta hora que terminamos a nossa reunião. Agradeço o apoio prestado por todos os colegas e que até a próxima, continuemos nos cuidando do Covid-19. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, and congratulations.